Chapter 745. Gu Fei found out in the channel that the other party had used the method of jumping off a building to escape the main city, and he felt that it was a pity. When he arrived at the north gate, he saw a few players rushing towards him. Before he could confirm their identities, they turned around and ran. Gu Fei naturally had a tacit understanding and chased after them to kill them. After that, he even played dirty and hid in a corner instead of standing at the gate. In the end, when people found out that there was a god like him at the north gate, they wouldn't come. Han family young master quickly made the decision to completely abandon the infiltration plan, and everyone retreated from the guild and jumped off the wall. However, the information he left behind about Little Ray's bar made Sword Demon a little confused. After telling everyone, Gu Fei directly sent a message to ask Little Ray. Xiaolei hurriedly explained. The gist of it was that the young master of the Han family had helped to establish the guild. Now that they had retreated, Xiaolei had already formed his own team. From now on, he would focus on questing and not hold up Gu Fei and the others. Can we believe it? Gu Fei asked after relaying Little Ray's words to everyone. Everyone shook their heads. Obviously, they didn't have much confidence in the Han family young master's character. They felt that he was up to something again. In the end, only Sword Demon nodded and said, Gongzi is fine. As for Little Ray, I can't say for sure. What do you mean? Everyone asked. What I mean is that this step can't be something that Gongzi came up with, but whether or not Little Ray has his own plans, I don't know. Sword Demon said. You're that sure? Everyone asked. I'm sure that Gongzi's plan about Little Ray's bar should end here. Sword Demon said. Sword Demon's character was obviously very reassuring. Seeing his guarantee, they immediately felt that there was no problem, so they began to analyze Little Ray's problem. Little Ray, there should be no problem, right? In the eyes of the Sword Demon, Little Ray was a good comrade. Intuitively, he felt that Little Ray should be fine. I hope so. Why don't we ask everyone to pay more attention? Jian Nan suggested. Sword Demon nodded. Hence, both guilds made an announcement that the other party had been repelled. However, there were still some members of Little Ray's bar remaining. They would have to observe them further to see if they held any hostility towards them. They advised everyone to be careful, but not to provoke them. This matter has finally come to an end. Sword Demon let out a long sigh. The pressure was immense. A guild that had just been established had to face such a challenge. Even if they lost, it wouldn't necessarily disband them. However, it would still cause these newly recruited fresh blood to lose confidence. If a guild wanted to develop and grow, it must first let the guild members realize the value of the guild. It was very overpowered, so it was obvious that they had survived this hurdle. On the other hand, on the side of the reborn Amethyst, July had already begun to discuss with Gu Fei how to deal with the aftermath. Previously, when the situation was critical, they had temporarily given up on their dream of a pure female guild. Now that things had calmed down, it was really a technical problem to restore the reborn Amethyst to its original state. Kick them all out. Gu Fei was quite inhumane. That's not good. July wiped her sweat. Recruiting people to be soldiers and then kicking them out after the battle. That was a little too inhumane. Oh, I thought that was what you were going to do. Gu Fei said. July was extremely depressed. Did she look like such an inhumane person? I don't have any opinion on this matter. You guys do as you see fit. Gu Fei was a hands-off boss. The title of the most irresponsible guild leader in history was none other than him. July was at her wits' end. Fortunately, these newly joined male players hadn't revealed their wolfish nature as soon as the battle ended. If they were really like immortal among flowers, July would only be left with the thought of killing herself. On the side of the overpowered, Sword Demon and a few other experts were also discussing the future development of the guild. Since there were two guilds, Sword Demon simply formed a team and gathered all the knowledgeable experts from both sides for a conference. This is a chance. Now that there's no competition for the guild quests in the main city, it's a heaven-sent chance to raise the guild's level. Are we going to miss this opportunity? Brother, you suggested. Even if there's competition for guild quests, there's always competition. Right now, we're in the middle of a city war. Even though we're facing a special opportunity, I feel like we should still focus on the city war quests. Drifting said solemnly. He, Qianli, didn't fly over to help the overpowered guild level. Drifting was firmly against doing something like this when there was a city war. Cough cough, I'll also say a few words. Southern Azure Sword said, even though we mysteriously ended up in the position of the defending side and caused some trouble for the attacking side, looking at it from an overall perspective, I feel like the attacking side's victory was the predetermined result of this city war. The winner receives the reward. This has always been the game's iron rule. As the losing side, will we receive a reward? Or will we only receive a consolation prize? Everyone here is the ashes of the game. I don't think anyone will be interested in consolation prizes, right? You're absolutely right. Brother Yu immediately nodded his head in support. That's why I said that there's no point in worrying about the guild quests. We should take this chance to raise the guild's level and look at the long term. That's not what I meant. Southern Azure Sword hastily said. Huh? Brother, you didn't understand. What I meant was that we can't just randomly do city defense quests. Our goal is to defeat the attacking side and find quality quests to do. Southern Azure Sword said. Are you crazy? Brother Yu was shocked. He didn't think that Southern Azure Sword would also set his goal as defeating the attacking side. Wasn't this something that only Qianli would do? Ha ha ha. Drifting laughed. I like your thoughts, brother Southern Azure Sword. We might not have enough people, but our quality is high. I think that with our warrior, mage, and priest combination, we'll be invincible outside the city. Isn't that right, brother Southern Azure Sword? Southern Azure Sword glanced at Drifting and said, my thoughts are based on reality, not this kind of unrealistic fantasy. Ha ha ha. This time, it was Yutian Shinming who laughed. I like your thoughts, brother Southern Azure Sword. Let those unrealistic idiots go to hell. Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking, Drifting said. Fuck, do you dare to come and fight me? Yutian Shinming jumped up. I'll wait for you in the arena, Drifting said. Wait for me. Yutian Shinming immediately set off. This is the arena. Love Left Hand, who was next to Drifting, asked. He's just a kid. I was just teasing him and he took it seriously, Drifting said. They were hundreds of thousands of miles away from the arena to Qianli. Qianli, what do you think? Sword Demon saw that everyone had an opinion, so he asked Gu Fei. Do you still need to say Qianli's opinion? Brother Yu cried. I like the idea of destroying the attacking side. Gu Fei said. Southern Azure Sword hurriedly corrected him, not destroying them, but winning. Our goal is to let the defending side win. That's about right, Gu Fei said. But our focus should be on the quest. Southern Azure Sword mumbled weakly. Speaking of the quest, Sword Demon, Gilgino is dead. He was killed by a player. How do you think we should continue with the quest? Gu Fei said. How do we continue with the quest? You should ask the person who issued the mission. The Sword Ghost said. Oh. Then I'll go take a look. Gu Fei said as he walked towards the main city hall. If we're doing the quest, it won't be easy to leave the main city. The attacking side won't relax their guard on the city gates anymore, brother Yu said. I have 20 teleportation scrolls with coordinates outside the city, Gu Fei announced. I want one, I want one, I want one. The shouting continued. 1,000 gold each, Gu Fei said. Fuck. The cursing continued. This is sponsored by the Han family young master. Yutian Shinming protested. The Han family young master's money is also money, Gu Fei sincerely lectured Yutian Shinming. The scrolls will naturally be given to everyone when we need them. Don't fight over them, Sword Demon comforted everyone. Let's do the quest. Southern Azure Sword suggested again. With Gu Fei's support, the opposing voices became much smaller. As a result, Amethyst, who defied the natural order, set a goal of defeating the attacking side. This was an unrealistic goal in the eyes of most people, and they began to split up. They also pointed out that if they discovered a major quest, they had to report it to the organization and everyone would work together to complete it. This way, they wouldn't waste resources or cause the loss of the guild's assets. All of the players got busy in the city. Gu Fei once again came to the guard room. Report, Gilkino is dead, Gu Fei reported to the captain. The captain was furious and heavily punched his desk. Gu Fei thought he would receive a storm of scolding from the NPC, but he didn't expect the captain to say, "Damn it. These cruel bandits." Gu Fei didn't react for a moment. After a slight pause, he realized that the cruel bandits were referring to the bandits outside. However, to be honest, Gu Fei didn't feel that Gilkino was a character with integrity. He helped the defenders, but at the same time, he didn't seem to reject the attacking side's requests. He was guiding both sides of the quest. This guy was a complete opportunist. Now that the opportunist was dead, what would happen to the quest? But it's fine. The captain's expression relaxed. We just received new information. Gilkino's assistant has also appeared outside Cloud City. This is where he is. As soon as Qianli is drunk, immediately contact him. Maybe he will give us the help we need in Gilkino's place. The guard captain handed over a piece of paper. Gu Fei glanced at a set of coordinates and was disappointed to the extreme, looking for someone again. Are there any combat quests? Go, for freedom. The guard captain passionately clenched his fist and cheered for Gu Fei. Gu Fei ran away like a bolt of lightning. I've received another follow-up. Gu Fei sent a message in low spirits. There's a follow-up. Good. What's the content? The Sword Demon was excited. Based on his many years of gaming experience, he could feel that the quest on Gu Fei wasn't ordinary. Timings, continuous follow-up, two-way quests, many things that symbolized the difficulty of the quest in the parallel world all appeared on Gu Fei's quest. Moreover, the person who issued the quest clearly stated that it would be of great help to the city defense. It was very much like what the city defense side needed. Looking for someone again. Looking for Gilkino's assistant. Gu Fei said. Then hurry up and go. The Sword Demon said. Does anyone else want to go? Gu Fei asked. Me. Slender Waist Dance raised her hand. This girl wasn't interested in her own quest. She would rather pick a ready-made one to follow along. The quest might not be as simple as looking for someone. Maybe there will be some more difficult battles. How about we get a more complete team? The Sword Demon suggested. Thus, Jian Nan, Drifting, Strange Pupil, Luo Luo, and the others all volunteered. You don't have speed. Gu Fei said. The group of experts was so angry that they all cursed. Gu Fei wasn't moved. He wanted to be faster. He didn't want to drag a group of short legs. You don't even want a cleric? The Sword Demon reminded. Why do we need a cleric? Gu Fei asked. Luo Luo swore that she would never heal Gu Fei. Yu Tian. Gu Fei called out. Wait, I still have a duel. Yu Tian Shinming said. What duel? Do you really believe what people say? Hurry up and come. Gu Fei scolded. Thus, Yu Tian Shinming scolded Drifting. Drifting had no choice but to turn off the channel and contact the others privately. What about you, Sword Demon? I'll stay in the city. The Sword Demon was a good and serious leader. He wanted to stay in the city and lead the guild in the excavation quest. Xiaozhu. Gu Fei looked for her again. I'm ignoring you. Yan Xiaozhu's sister had just been looked down upon by Gu Fei and it triggered a chain reaction. Glue. Gu Fei even picked experts. Under Jian Nan Yu's coercion, Glue did not make a sound and pretended to be dead. Under Willow. Gu Fei thought of another. There was no reply. Under Willow wasn't in this channel. This was a knowledgeable expert team. Under Willow wasn't added. Gu Fei was about to return to the Rebirth Amethyst channel to call when someone finally said, "I'll go." Gu Fei was delighted. He looked at the name and saw that it was Shi Xiaotian. He pretended not to see. Anyone else want to go? Shi Xiaotian was furious. Everyone in the channel had been offended by Gu Fei. Alright, you four go. The sword demon couldn't stand it anymore. Gather at the central plaza. Gu Fei was helpless. No one responded to him. Even Rebirth Amethyst ignored him. Gu Fei saw that Luo Luo had spoken. In the city, everyone got busy again. Outside the city, the Han family young master led everyone to jump off the city walls. They fell to their deaths and revived at the revival camp outside the city. Thank you for your hard work. When the Han family young master came out of the camp, he bumped into Gu Xiaoshang. We failed. The Han family young master shook his head. At least we stalled them for a while. The other guilds don't have to worry. The city war went well. Gu Xiaoshang said. Not bad. Didn't the northeast camp fall? The Han family young master said. That was the result of our previous mistakes. It would have happened sooner or later. Gu Xiaoshang said. You're quite optimistic. The Han family young master said. Gu Xiaoshang smiled. Someone has been waiting for you. Oh. Who is it? The Han family young master was surprised. Over there. Gu Xiaoshang pointed and brought the Han family young master over. The two of them leaned against the tree beside the campsite as if they were enjoying the shade. When they saw young Master Han's figure from afar, they walked over together. It's you guys. The Han family young master frowned. Yeah, long time no see. The city war was amazing. The two were Yi Xiaowu and Water-Breaking Arrow. What can I do for you? The Han family young master asked. I heard that your mercenary group seems to be on a different side. Yi Xiaowu smiled. I heard. The Han family young master looked at Gu Xiaoshang. Gu Xiaoshang shrugged, indicating that she didn't say anything. So what? The Han family young master asked. Hee, now you can feel the imbalance of Qianli's drunkenness, right? Yi Xiaowu said. So what? If it's not balanced, of course it needs to be balanced. Yi Xiaowu said. Oh, then go ahead. The Han family young master turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Yi Xiaowu was startled and hurried to catch up. The Han family young master frowned and looked at him. You're really long-winded. Let me tell you, we're on the same side. It's a game. Only your position is different. You're hindering our game, understand? As long as Qianli's drunkenness is here, there's no fair environment. Yi Xiaowu said. With you, the GM, there's no fair environment either. The Han family young master said. GM? Gu Xiaoshang was confused. That's the one. The Han family young master pointed. Why is the GM in the game? Gu Xiaoshang was surprised. I'm not the GM. Yi Xiaowu was depressed. Not to mention that he had already resigned. Even before he resigned, his position was completely different from a low-level character like the GM. But obviously, in the hearts of ordinary players, the GM was the main god of the game. It was as if they were in charge of everything in the game. Everyone, come and look. There's a GM here. The Han family young master shouted. GM. Countless players were even more excited when they heard this name than when they heard the super boss, Qianli's drunkenness. They all looked over. The young master of the Han family pointed at Yi Xiaowu with an unmistakable gesture. The players rushed over and surrounded Yi Xiaowu inhumanely. This is the GM. TSK, his level is so low. His equipment isn't that great either. I'm not the GM. I'm also an ordinary player. Yi Xiaowu was going crazy. The players didn't believe him. It was said that the GM could transform into any form in the game. Of course, that included transforming into a player. GM, why don't you use some big moves? GM, I suddenly lost 20 gold coins. Help me see where they went. GM, please show me the right path. Tell me where the big quest is. The players all prayed to the GM. They almost burned incense sticks. I'm not the GM. Yi Xiaowu emphasized repeatedly. But no one believed him. The onlookers came one after another. Water-breaking Arrow surrendered at the side. He calmly stood to the side and pretended to be an onlooker. At least it was better than being watched. Make way. Make way. At this time, an important figure finally arrived. The guild leaders of the 4 major guilds had never separated after leaving the cabbage field. When they heard that there was a GM on the east side of the city, they immediately ran over to take a look. As expected of the guild leaders, the 4 of them had deep thoughts. A strange force like the defending players had appeared in Cloud City. Now that the GM had appeared, was he preparing to eliminate this BUG? Sword without oath, against the current, Unchung Mutsu, and Black Index Finger. The 4 of them squeezed into the crowd and stood in front of Yi Xiaowu. With the appearance of the 4 guild leaders, the commotion in the crowd lessened. Yi Xiaowu once again weakly repeated, I'm not the GM. Then who are you? Why does everyone say you're the GM? Sword without oath asked. It's the Han family young master. That guy tricked me. Yi Xiaowu said. Oh. The 4 people who were all tricked by the Han family young master instantly resonated. Chapter 746. Why did he trick you? The 4 guild leaders studied Yi Xiaowu with great interest. They felt that there must be something special about this guy. Otherwise, if an ordinary character met a young master of the Han family, they would be scorned to the point of banging their heads against the wall with just a few words. Being able to be fooled could be considered a rather high treatment. You are. Yi Xiaowu was not a great character in the game. He might know the names of the 4 guild leaders, but he would not know these people. After the 4 introduced themselves, Yi Xiaowu nodded and said, it's not convenient here. Can we talk somewhere else? The 4 guild leaders exchanged glances. Looking at this trash cleric, he seemed to have some confidence in himself. The 4 of them wanted to see if he was the real deal or not. Let's go, let's go. There's no GM. The crowd gradually dispersed under the banishment of the 4 guild leaders. The 4 stared at Yi Xiaowu, wanting to hear what this kid had to say. Gu Fei, Yutian Xinming, Shi Xiaotian, and Slim Waist Dance used scrolls to easily get out of the city. This was the secluded place where Gu Fei and Ling Gufeng traded scrolls. It was a little far from the battlefield, but it would not attract attention. Slim Waist Dance checked the current coordinates and asked for the location marked on Gu Fei's scroll. She was furious. You pig! How far apart are these 2? Why are you flying here? Shi Xiaotian glanced over and also showed a look of disdain. Humph! Yutian Xinming glanced over and snorted. What are you snorting about? Do you know which direction the coordinates are on the paper? Gu Fei was furious. It was fine if others laughed, but Yutian Xinming also made a fuss. He really did not know his place. Yutian Xinming was stubborn and refused to admit his mistake. He took the paper from Gu Fei and studied it. Gu Fei explained to the other 2, I can't help it. I didn't leave the city for a vacation. How would I know that the location of the mission would be there? Are you a pig? Can't you buy some scrolls with coordinates? Slim Waist Dance said. Is there such a thing? Gu Fei asked. Why don't you ask? Slim Waist Dance said. Next time, next time. Gu Fei hurriedly said. At this moment, Yu Tianxinming's research bore fruit and he laughed. Who says I don't know? Isn't it over there? Piss off. Gu Fei snatched the paper back. I looked at it for 2 minutes and saw that it's still wrong. After speaking, he walked in the opposite direction from Yu Tianxinming. Yu Tianxinming felt wronged and hurriedly caught up to Gu Fei. Boss, you know I'm not good in this. Just save me. Who started it first? Gu Fei asked. I was wrong, okay. Imperial Sky Shinming turned around and saw the two beauties whispering behind him, laughing so hard that they were probably laughing at him. He was so depressed that he wanted to die. Gu Fei and the others teleported to the northeast of Cloud City, and the destination given by the guard was in the southwest. The four of them had to make a big circle. Gu Fei saw that Sword Ghost and the others were very serious about this quest, and he didn't want to disappoint them. So, he took the proper attitude and headed straight for the destination with the thought that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, Slender Waist Dance did not have such a sense of responsibility. Along the way, she pointed at the battles on the battlefield a few times, encouraging the other three to take a shortcut with her and directly kill their way through the battlefield. Shi Xiaotian smiled but didn't say anything. Gu Fei rolled his eyes, and Yu Tianxinming wanted to please her, but under Gu Fei's stern gaze, he had to shut up. Slim Waist Dance was in a depressed mood and kicked stones all the way. From time to time, she would accidentally kick Gu Fei. Gu Fei resisted the urge to send the girl back to the main city. At least he knew that Slim Waist Dance often had a little temper when she was unhappy, but at least she wouldn't mess things up at a critical moment. If there's no battle here, I'll kill you. Slim Waist Dance threatened Gu Fei more than once on the road. Gu Fei finally couldn't help but sigh. Do you think I don't want to? What? I hope there's a battle, I hope I can kill you. Gu Fei said. You're courting death. Slim Waist Dance kicked Gu Fei 3 times. We're almost there. Stop messing around. Shi Xiaotian tried to calm Slim Waist Dance down. Yu Tianxinming also came over, expressing his admiration for Gu Fei and Slim Waist Dance, getting along. Gu Fei rolled his eyes. It's over there. Shi Xiaotian glanced at the piece of paper in Gu Fei's hand and pointed ahead. There's no one. Gu Fei quickly walked in this direction. This area was called the Cloud Suburb Mine. It was a place for leveling. There were NPC miners between level 40 to 45 active. At the same time, it was also a place where siege quests often appeared. There were many repeatable labor quests in the mine for players to complete. At this time, Gu Fei took a few steps and stood in the area marked on the paper. There was nothing in front of him except a miner carrying a shovel. This is the entrance to the mine. It looks like the person we're looking for is inside the mine. Shi Xiaotian said. Looks like it. Gu Fei was helpless. Fortunately, the Cloud Suburb Mine wasn't too big. It wouldn't take too long to walk around. The four of them came closer and saw some players leveling. There were also some players busy shoveling slag and pushing small mining carts. They were clearly characters for the siege quests. Let's disguise ourselves a bit. Shi Xiaotian suggested. Yeah, Gu Fei nodded, and instantly changed into the thief's cloak that he had used before, and covered his face. Where did you get this tattered clothing? It's so ugly. Slim Waist Dance laughed. She casually changed into another set of clothing. It was also a high-quality one. It complemented her figure, and the style was quite nice. Shi Xiaotian also changed into a tattered thief's cloak and covered his face. Yu Tianxinming didn't prepare these things and didn't know what to do. Gu Fei glanced at him and said, forget it. I don't think anyone will recognize you. Yu Tianxinming was depressed. However, this was the truth. Yu Tianxinming didn't have a name above his head. No matter how famous he was, how many of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city would recognize him? He wasn't a celebrity. Even if he was Gu Fei or Slim Waist Dance, it was mainly because of his attire. Thinking of his attire, Yutian Shinming's unyielding heart started beating again. He pulled on the 3 bows on his back and said, "Isn't this too eye-catching? Everyone will know it's me. What should I do?" Gu Fei glanced at him and said, "Put it in your pocket." Yutian Shinming wanted to cry. He accidentally showed off his intelligence again. The 2 beauties laughed again. Just like that, the 4 of them entered the mine. They pretended to fight monsters while walking around the mine. "You're a thief now. Don't use magic." Slim Waist Dance reminded Gu Fei. "I know," Gu Fei said. "Hee hee." Slim Waist Dance smiled meaningfully. "I can still kill you without magic." Gu Fei said the truth. "You have no manners. Would it kill you to give in once in a while?" Slim Waist Dance scolded. "Manners? When has he ever had one?" Shi Xiaotian said. Yutian Shinming nodded in agreement. Gu Fei ignored the 3 of them and focused on his task. The 4 of them killed monsters and walked around the mine. They didn't find anything besides normal monsters. There are only those NPCs. Could it be one of them? Shi Xiaotian pointed to the other side. There were some non-combat NPCs giving out quests to the players. "Let's go take a look." Gu Fei led the team in that direction. Logically speaking, there were many monsters in the mine and there were players here. Even though some monsters would respawn, they were a hindrance and inconvenient to fight. No one would kill the monsters here. However, Gu Fei and the others didn't care if they were suspicious or not. They killed monsters all the way here and led the monsters to the NPC. "Gokino is dead." Gu Fei didn't know how to probe. He only thought of this line. Since they were Gokino's assistants, there should be some reaction. As a result, Gu Fei acted like he was reading a secret code and approached the NPCs one by one. No reaction. No reaction. None of the NPCs responded. On the other hand, the surrounding players began to look at them strangely. These 4 were killing monsters and leveling, but they were circling around the NPC. It was a bit strange. The 4 couldn't care less. Seeing that the NPC was about to finish asking, he became a little anxious. At this moment, Gu Fei threw out another, "Gokino is dead." The NPC didn't respond. A sloppy miner who was squatting on the ground and digging at the ore pile suddenly turned his head and said, "He's dead?" The 4 were shocked. The 4 of them were shocked. Was this an NPC? They hadn't noticed and thought it was a player who was squatting on the ground and digging for slag. "That's right. He's dead." Gu Fei hurriedly followed up. The young man's expression was puzzled and surprised at first. After receiving confirmation from Gu Fei, his expression instantly changed to one of joy. He wiped his face with his sleeves and said, "This old thing is really dead? Then my plan can finally be carried out." Ha 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 ha. The 4 were shocked. They didn't know what was wrong with this NPC. They saw him, who was squatting on the ground, spring up like a spring. He jumped up a small slope several meters high. "Oh, he's an expert." Gu Fei was pleasantly surprised. Without saying anything else, he used teleportation and chased after him. "Qianli is drunk." The players who had been paying attention to these 4 people all shouted. All the players who were attacking the city had received guidance from the guild to recognize people. They were familiar with the characteristics of Qianli: black robe, black longsword, teleportation, and lightning magic. The guild leader of Shepherd of Clouds, Unchung Mutsu, added a 5th characteristic. It said that when Qianli was drunk, there was a pile of feces on his head. Those who were rational all thought that Unchung Mutsu lost his mind because of Qianli and slandered him to vent his anger. Therefore, this new characteristic didn't spread. Among the 4 characteristics, teleportation was the most absolute. In Cloud City, there was no other person besides Qianli who could do this. Therefore, when Gu Fei teleported up the slope, all the players screamed. After the screams, they panicked and reported the situation to their guilds. Gu Fei didn't care about them. When he got up the slope, he saw that Gokino's assistant didn't stop and was running for his life. Gu Fei shouted and stopped, then chased after him. Slender Waist Dance and the others weren't as carefree as these two. They were already a few steps behind when they climbed up the slope. The three of them chased after them. Yutian Shinming had already drawn his bow and asked loudly, "Are you going to shoot?" "Shoot!" Gu Fei shouted. "Don't do anything stupid." Shi Xiaotian hurriedly stopped him. "My quest or your quest?" Gu Fei was furious. "The guild's quest," Shi Xiaotian reminded. "I have a quest notification." Gu Fei roared. He wasn't that noob yet. As soon as this new NPC appeared, he immediately ran. Gu Fei chased after him while opening the quest window to check. The parallel world quest notification that had always been concise and comprehensive always gave a single sentence. It turned out that the guard captain's "find" order was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by a "stop" order. "Coming." Yutian Shinming responded and released an arrow. The arrow whistled through the air and hit the miner's back. The miner suddenly turned around. With a fierce expression, he roared at the four players, "Don't even think about stopping me." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward and slapped Gu Fei, who was the first to reach him. "Come at me." Gu Fei took a step to the side to avoid the slap. He swung his sword and was about to counterattack, but the slap suddenly twisted around and hit Gu Fei's head. The strength of the slap was so great that Gu Fei couldn't block it at all. With a thud, he was slapped to the ground. Slim Waist Dance and the other two players stopped in their tracks in shock. They discovered that when the miner slapped Gu Fei's arm, the joint was twisted in an unimaginable way. It was basically bent upside down. For a human, a bent arm could only be broken. "What the hell is this?" Gu Fei, who was lying on the ground, raised his head to look at the miner's arm. He didn't expect the miner to do something that went against the structure of the human body. Crack! With a crisp sound, the miner used his other hand to bend the bent arm back. At the same time, he raised his leg and stepped on Gu Fei. Gu Fei hurriedly rolled away. The miner chased after him and continued to attack. Gu Fei rolled left and right, but he didn't have a chance to stand up. He looked up and saw that the three players were standing to the side, staring blankly. Gu Fei felt depressed. "Do you three want to come over and step on me as well?" The three of them seemed to wake up from a dream. Yutian Shinming hurriedly knocked his bow and released another arrow. This time, it hit the miner's head. The miner let out a strange cry and waved his hand to pull out the arrow. He then threw it directly at Yutian Shinming. The arrow was not much slower than Yutian Shinming's own arrow. However, its accuracy was slightly poor. Yutian Shinming ducked his head and dodged the arrow. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. However, the miner was already charging at him. Yutian Shinming turned around and wanted to run. However, the miner activated his spring jump again. This time, however, he didn't crouch down. Everyone understood what was happening. The miner had bent his body and bent his legs several times. Shi Xiaotian and Slim Waist Dance almost vomited when they saw this. Then, he straightened his legs and the miner shot forward like a cannonball. Yutian Shinming cried out in shock. However, he couldn't react in time and was pounced on by the miner. Turning around, he saw the miner's mouth open above his head. It looked like he was going to eat his head. Imperial Heaven Divine Ming let out a series of dual flame flash. Gu Fei arrived in time and heavily slashed at the miner. The miner was injured. He stretched his neck and roared. A large drop of saliva finally came out of his mouth. Yutian Shinming was pinned down by the miner. He couldn't move at all. He tried to turn his head to the side. However, his face was cold. The saliva finally fell on his face. Ugh! The two girls' faces were pale. They retched at the same time. Yutian Shinming was also gritting his teeth. However, after paying attention for a moment, he cried out, "Damn, it's still hurting." "What?" Gu Fei asked. "Saliva." Yutian Shinming cried out. "Then be careful. It's going down again." Gu Fei said. "What?" Yutian Shinming turned his head. A ball of saliva hit his face, blurring his vision. "Hurry and save me." Yutian Shinming couldn't even cry. His eyes were filled with saliva. "You too, hurry and help." Gu Fei turned around and yelled at the two girls. Yutian Shinming was sprayed with saliva again. This worsened their symptoms. When he heard Gu Fei's yell, he reluctantly picked up his weapon and rushed over. He kept retching along the way. "Stop retching. Retch even more disgusting than him." Gu Fei roared. "What did you say?" Slim Waist Dance was furious. She rushed over and slashed at the miner. "Say it again." "Not bad. Continue." Gu Fei praised. However, the miner wasn't one to take a beating without fighting back. He swung his arm over. Gu Fei lowered his head. Slim Waist Dance also lowered her head. However, his forearm suddenly dropped down. It was another action that humans couldn't do. However, this time, Gu Fei was prepared. He rolled backwards to avoid it. As a result, his drooping forearm swung to the side like a swing. With a paw, he slapped Slim Waist Dance across the face. "I'm going to kill you." Slim Waist Dance jumped up and swung her dagger wildly. She slashed the miner twice and suffered another slap at the same time. Yutian Shinming took the opportunity to escape. He dashed to Shi Xiaotian's side. He didn't forget to please the beauty. "Sister Tian, be careful." Shi Xiaotian glanced at him and tossed him a piece of cloth. "Wipe your face." Yutian Shinming quickly wiped his face and shouted at Slim Waist Dance, "Sister, be careful of your saliva." "Mouth my ass." Slim Waist Dance's dagger was aimed at the miner's mouth. However, the miner suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on the dagger. He then stretched out his arms to give her a hug. Slim Waist Dance wanted to let go of the dagger. How could she bear to do that? Fortunately, Gu Fei arrived in time. He slashed the miner's throat with his sword. Then, he slapped the miner's head with a lightning palm. The miner was knocked back. However, his bite was shockingly strong. He managed to bite down on Slim Waist Dance's dagger and retreated with her. "Let go of me." Slim Waist Dance's ferocious spirit was stimulated. She passed the dagger to her assistant and reached into her pocket with her main hand. She pulled out another dagger and stabbed it at the miner's left eye. With a "pu" sound, the dagger went straight into the miner's eye. Dark green blood sprayed out. The miner was in pain and began to howl. Slim Waist Dance took the opportunity to pull back her dagger. However, she was frightened by the miner's ferocious face and quickly retreated. "What is this thing?" Slim Waist Dance asked with lingering fear. "It's not a human," Shi Xiaotian said. I hate this kind of thing the most." Gu Fei frowned. The parallel world was dominated by humanoid creatures. Apart from that, there were also some animals and fantasy monsters. It would take some effort for Gu Fei to deal with these monsters. Although the miner in front of him had a humanoid form, he was clearly a non-human creature from another world. Chapter 747. The dagger that Slender Waist Dance used to stab the miner's eye did not appear to be a precious equipment. After stabbing the miner's eye, she did not take it and left it on the miner's forehead. The miner seemed to have lost the ability to speak. He could only howl and shake his head violently. Thick green blood was constantly flung out of his eye sockets, and the dagger was also flung out bit by bit. Dual Flame Flash. Gu Fei raised his sword and charged forward. In the eyes of a professional, the miner's body was full of openings. After chanting a spell, Miner Fan swung his head in Gu Fei's direction. The dagger stuck in his eye flew towards Gu Fei's face with a lump of green substance. Gu Fei tilted his head and dodged the dagger. However, he was unable to avoid being splashed by the green substance. Even saliva could cause damage, let alone something even more disgusting. Gu Fei felt a burning sensation on his face and his life force began to decrease by the second. This green substance is poisonous, Gu Fei said to the three. He turned his head and saw that the three of them did not seem to have any intention of attacking. They simply watched from afar. Hearing Gu Fei's words, Slender Waist Dance hastily turned her head to look at the other two. How is it? Did I get splashed by it? Yutian Shenming watched Slender Waist Dance closely and shook his head. No. It's all right. Disgusting. Slender Waist Dance breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when the dagger stabbed into the miner's left eye, the blood that spurted out gave her a fright. She was so flustered that she retrieved Dancing Wind and abandoned the dagger in his eye. In truth, although the dagger was not as good as Dancing Wind, it was still a good item. Now that she knew that the disgusting substance was not stuck to her face, Slender Waist Dance hastily went to pick up the equipment. Gu Fei continued to fight with the miner. However, the dagger that Slender Waist Dance stabbed into the miner's eye seemed to have turned on some sort of switch. From then on, every time she attacked, the miner would bleed profusely. Even when she broke her joints to attack, the poisonous blood would splatter out. Gu Fei knew that it was powerful. However, this type of attack was not something he could catch. Even after trying his best, some of it would still get stuck to him. Gu Fei had no choice but to slow down the pace of his attacks. After some research, he discovered that although the damage of this poisonous blood had a time limit, it could be stacked. When the number of stacks was low, Gu Fei could rely on his own HP regeneration per second to sustain it, but if the number of stacks was too high, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. There was no priest among the four of them. With this kind of continuous damage, even if they left the battle and ate food, it would be useless. The damage per second would interrupt the effect of eating food. Blood will splash. Be careful not to get splashed, Gu Fei reminded the other three. Of course. The three of them nodded. They still maintained their previous attitude of watching and did not seem to have any intention of coming forward to help. I say, if you guys have equipment that can recover HP, you can still give it a try. Gu Fei was depressed. No. Yutian Shenming and Shi Xiaotian said. No, it's disgusting. Slender Waist Dance said. She had all kinds of equipment, but this battle wasn't a problem of strength. It was a problem of the monster's character. It spat and splashed dog blood everywhere. It was too ungentlemanly, and Slender Waist Dance didn't like it. Now isn't the time to care about this. Gu Fei said. Go Qianli, we'll always support you. Yutian Shenming turned into a cheerleader. Look at this monster. Shi Xiaotian finally did something practical. He carefully observed and said, every time you cut a wound, it automatically recovers after the blood splashes. Oh. Automatically recovers? Gu Fei's mind moved. With a wave of his hand, he took out another item from his pocket. It was the Holy Flame Baptism that had the ability to prevent regeneration. He slashed. Although the damage wasn't on the same level as Dark Stream Sword, it was a habit for this monster to bleed every time he was attacked. He didn't care how much damage he took. After getting slashed, the blood splashed. Gu Fei stared at the wound. However, the wound didn't change. After the blood splashed, it slowly healed itself. It's useless. Gu Fei gloomily put away Flame Baptism. Do your attacks deal any damage to this monster? The three of them started to become suspicious. It looked like each attack was a wound, but the wound didn't seem to be caused by slashes. Instead, the monster used the force of the slashes to create the wound, as if it had broken its own joints. Gu Fei and he had also fought for a few minutes. Dual flame flash continuously. With Gu Fei's damage, even if it was a boss, it should have taken a lot of HP. However, this miner was still full of energy. His howls were full of energy. His broken bones and blood didn't stop. It definitely can't be directly defeated like this. We have to find a way to do it. Shi Xiaotian said. Right, maybe we need a few people to help. Gu Fei was quite resentful towards the three of them for only watching but not doing anything. Yu Tian, go back to the mines and see if there are any clues for this quest. Shi Xiaotian said. Me? This quest is Qinli's. What's the point of me going? Yu Tian Shinming expressed his doubts. Maybe it's okay if we're on the same team, but Qinli is actually a reincarnated amethyst. We're very OP, aren't we? Yu Tian Shinming continued to add. The most important thing is how to get to the mines. Actually, you're already confused, right? Gu Fei also helped him add. We agreed. Yu Tian Shinming gloomily sent a message to Gu Fei. You, go take a look at the mines. Gu Fei assigned more people. Who's that? Shi Xiaotian was unhappy. Whoever starts the conversation, that's who. Gu Fei said. Shi Xiaotian had no choice but to go to the cloud mines. Gu Fei continued to fight with the monster while Yu Tian Shinming continued to cheer him on. Slender Waist Dance continued to check her body over and over again to see if she had any of the monster's disgusting things. Although the miner's attack method didn't make sense, it was still from the system. After fighting for so long, Gu Fei had gradually seen some clues and was able to deal with it with relative ease. However, after fighting for so long, Gu Fei gradually felt that he might need some special method to kill this monster. Just relying on damage output might not be enough. Slender Waist Dance checked her equipment 180 times and finally confirmed that she didn't have any disgusting things on her. Only then did she start to focus on the battle. After watching for a while, she suddenly said, "Didn't you say to stop it? You don't have to kill it to stop it, right?" Gu Fei thought about it and thought it made sense. He nodded and said, "Then what do you think we should do? Shouldn't we first figure out what it wants to do?" "You can ask it," Slender Waist Dance said. "Oh." Gu Fei was stunned, so he asked as he hacked at the monster, "What do you want to do?" "Engineering." The miner grinned and spat out 2 words. "Engineering what?" Gu Fei asked as he gave him a slash. "Mistake, mutation, revenge." The miner stuttered and spat out 3 more words. "Can't speak." Gu Fei was puzzled. In the beginning, when he said that Gilgino was dead, the monster spoke quite smoothly. "Revenge, revenge." The miner began to repeatedly say this word as green blood sprayed out. "Well, it's very simple. They do some engineering, and then there's a mistake in the engineering, such as a nuclear material leak or something. Then he gets infected and becomes like this, and then he wants revenge. That's what they say in the movies," Slender Waist Dance said. "What revenge? How?" Gu Fei asked. "Revenge, revenge." The miner continued to say. "What the hell is the plot of this mission?" Gu Fei was going crazy. When the guard first sent him out, it was to find people and rescue missions that didn't require any complicated plot. But when it came to the assistant part, there was suddenly a story background, which was really confusing. What kind of engineering is it? Was it mentioned before? Slender Waist Dance asked. No. Hey, wait. Is it related to the cave at the bottom of Yunjiao Lake? Gu Fei suddenly remembered. Cave. At the bottom of Yunjiao Lake, there's a cave. We found that place along the way. At first, the cave was sealed with a water barrier spell, but then we found a way to open it. This cave should be an important part of the mission, right? But when we wanted to continue, Gilgino died, and then we suddenly came to the step of looking for his assistant, Gu Fei said. In that case, his assistant also knows what's in that cave. Do you know about the cave at the bottom of Yunjiao Lake? Gu Fei asked the miner. The miner didn't answer, but his face was clearly twitching. Gu Fei's question had clearly poked at his sensitive spot. The miner suddenly roared, and his attacks suddenly increased a level, becoming even faster. Fuck. Sudden attacks always caught people off guard, and this time, Gu Fei dodged very awkwardly. This time, the miner's arm wasn't broken, but suddenly extended, and this extension wasn't cute at all. The bones, flesh, tendons, and skin on his arm were completely separated, and just like that, layer by layer, the arm was stretched to a length, and the exposed flesh was dripping with thick green juice, and from time to time, it would bubble. Ugh! Slender Waist Dance couldn't take it anymore, and she quickly turned her head to the side. At this time, Yutian Shinming was finally acting like a man. When he saw that this monster was using a strange move, he reckoned that Gu Fei was going to suffer again, so he hurriedly knocked his bow and released an arrow. The arrow hit the miner's shoulder, and the miner's extended arm couldn't help but twitch, almost grabbing onto Gu Fei's arm. Without saying a word, Gu Fei suddenly teleported. He didn't escape, but instead flashed forward 2 meters, and then he swung his sword, chanting the twin flames flash. He chopped at the miner's weak point after the arm's disgusting extension. A streak of fire flew into the air. The miner's weak point was indeed the miner's weak point, and Gu Fei actually managed to cut it off. The detached part immediately turned into a pile of dead flesh, and with a plop, it fell to the ground, where it continued to rot and bubble. All that was left of the miner's right arm was a skeleton. Yutian Shinming, who was about to release the second arrow, was so shocked by this that he didn't dare move. Gu Fei was truly bold. He brandished his sword and struck the miner's bones, which were no longer wrapped in flesh and skin. The sound of his strikes was extremely ear-piercing. This fellow's bones were obviously not very tough. Under Gu Fei's weak strikes, the broken bones scattered in all directions. This is the most disgusting battle I've ever seen. Yutian Shinming put his bow away. He decided to leave this disgusting glory to Gu Fei. Slender Waist Dance had just turned her head around to calm herself down. She was mentally prepared for the long arm that was connected to the flesh, so she turned around to watch the battle. In the end, she saw the pile of dead flesh on the ground, and the broken bones that were sent flying by Gu Fei. I really can't take it anymore. Slender Waist Dance completely turned her body around. The system had already given her a warning. It was a bunch of medical jargon. In any case, if you continue like this, I'll forcefully disconnect you. Gu Fei completely crippled the monster's right arm with a series of blows. At the same time, he was on guard against the monster's left arm. If the monster tried to extend its arm, Gu Fei was prepared to use the same trick again. However, the miner did not give him the chance to do so. He continued to attack with his left arm, but Gu Fei was inspired. He carefully observed the fracture of the miner's left arm. Finally, when the left arm was broken again, Gu Fei seized the opportunity and quickly flicked the tip of his sword. The joint was indeed fragile, and this time, the miner's left arm flew out along with the flesh and bone. The miner who had lost both arms still did not back down. He waved his 2 broken arms and howled at Gu Fei. He looked quite pitiful. Gu Fei let out a long sigh. He took a few steps back and looked at the 2 people. Is this the end? What's wrong? Is he dead? Why do I still hear him screaming? Slender Waist Dance asked. Don't look back, Yutian Shinming hurriedly said. Unless you want to accept the image of being dismembered while you're still alive. Let's leave this place, let's not do the quest anymore, Slender Waist Dance suggested. I'm asking you now. How are you going to take revenge? Hurry up and speak, or I'll knock all your teeth out, Gu Fei was still threatening. Inhumane. Yutian Shinming shook his head. Revenge? Revenge. The miner seemed to only know how to say these 2 words. Hey, I found something. At this moment, Shi Xiaoyan's voice came. She was running from the direction of the mine. She had actually found something. Really? Can we end this quest now? Slender Waist Dance heard Shi Xiaoyan's voice and was pleasantly surprised. What did you do? Shi Xiaotian exclaimed in shock as he ran up to the miner. Despite having lost both his arms, the miner was still struggling to attack. What did you do? Gu Fei looked behind Shi Xiaotian. Shi Xiaotian did not return alone. Behind her were countless players. I had no choice, the place is under lockdown. I was able to sneak in and pick up this thing. Then, I was discovered, Shi Xiaotian said helplessly. What is this? Gu Fei asked. We're talking about this now. Shi Xiaotian was holding a metal box in her hands. Behind her, the pursuers were getting closer. What do we do with this? Gu Fei pointed at the miner. Literally speaking, you've already stopped him. Let's leave. Slender Waist Dance shouted. Fine, let's go. Gu Fei nodded. The four of them abandoned the miner and left. A large number of players arrived and were shocked by the monster miner. What is this? Everyone discussed in whispers. What quest is Qianli's drunk doing? The various guilds were confused. When they received the news that Qianli's drunk had appeared in the cloud mine, the various guilds took it seriously and sent people over. They did not necessarily want to fight with Qianli's drunk, but they realized that Qianli's sudden appearance was not without reason. Perhaps it was a large-scale quest, so they all sent people over to see what was going on. But now, they saw such a monster. He's coming over. The players screamed. The miner monster turned its head and staggered toward them. Attack, attack. No one thought that this monster was their friend. One person gave the order, and all the players supported him. All kinds of spells and attacks were thrown at it. The miner monster howled loudly. The four people who were running away heard it and felt their hearts tighten. They looked back and saw that it was being attacked by a large number of players. Its howls became more and more shrill, but it became weaker and weaker. Finally, it completely disappeared into the wilderness. It's dead. Gu Fei sighed. Sure enough, there's strength in numbers. After being turned into that state by you, there's no point if it doesn't die. Yutian Xinming said. The players don't seem to be chasing it anymore. Gu Fei looked and said. Did it drop equipment? Yutian Xinming had eagle eyes and could see that there was a small commotion among the players. Damn, could it be a key quest item? Gu Fei said. It's too late now. Yutian Xinming sighed. What did you pick up? Gu Fei asked Shi Xiaotian. I haven't had time to look, but I think it should be related. I dug it up from where we met him. Shi Xiaotian said. Oh, look. The iron box was dirty and old, but it was easily opened with a gentle lift. The mouth of the box was bright and shiny. Who knew how many times it had been opened and closed to rub it to this state? A necklace. Shi Xiaotian picked up a string of things from the box. What is it? Gu Fei asked. A necklace. Shi Xiaotian said. I mean the name the system gave it. Gu Fei said. I said it was a necklace. Shi Xiaotian said. Oh. Gu Fei was depressed. The system always did this. And these? Yutian Xinming's hands were fast. He fished out the rest of the things in the box. They were many small pieces of paper. Going to the mountains after class? Yutian Xinming picked up a piece of paper and read it. Below this sentence, there was a different font, followed by a sentence. No, I have to help the teacher analyze the mineral samples from Mount Morgan's. Below it, the teacher seemed to be very interested in minerals. After that, it seems so. After that, is he trying to find a new building material? After that, I don't know. This. Could it be a small piece of paper that the two of them passed around in class? Yutian Xinming was surprised. One of them should be this monster, and the other, is probably his girlfriend. Shi Xiaotian looked at the necklace. It wasn't very exquisite, but it was undoubtedly an accessory that a woman would wear. Is the teacher here referring to Gilkino? Gilkino doesn't look like an old man. Gu Fei said. I heard that you are also a teacher. Shi Xiaotian asked. Gu Fei was depressed. The teacher was an old man, this logical relationship obviously didn't make sense. There are still many pieces of paper here. Let's split them up and look at them. There should be some clues in them. Shi Xiaotian divided the pile of paper in Yutian Shenming's hands into 4 piles and gave one to each of them. There's a name mentioned here, Courtney. Yutian Shenming was the first to find it. Courtney, last night's gathering was really interesting. Pay attention to the font and figure out who is who. Shi Xiaotian reminded. Chapter 748. There's a name here too, Angus. Slim Waist Dance also found something on the paper she was in charge of. I don't think anyone would think that the monster is a woman, right? Shi Xiaotian said. Everyone shook their heads. Then it's obvious that he's Angus, Gokino's assistant and also Gokino's student. And the girl named Courtney mentioned here is also Gokino's student, they should be a couple. Shi Xiaotian said. Really? I can't tell from the paper. Gu Fei said. Shi Xiaotian pulled out a piece of paper from his hand and shoved it in front of Gu Fei's eyes. On it were words like, I love you, and, I love you too. Students these days are really amazing. Gu Fei said. This one, look at this one. Yutian Shenming found something again. Angus, I think this project isn't right. Can we not continue? Ha, don't worry, the teacher has already found a solution. Oh. What is it? I'll only tell you in secret. It's magic. Do you believe it? It's such a magical thing. Magic? I feel even more uneasy now. It'll be fine. Trust me. Oh. Shi Xiaotian nodded after listening, the story is getting clearer, isn't it? It's probably because of this project, that Gokino guy used some magic he shouldn't have used, or some accident happened, or maybe Angus was a victim in his plan, which led to this terrible change. Look at this. So pitiful. Slim Waist Dance held up a stack of paper and passed it to everyone. This part seems different from the previous paper. Shi Xiaotian said. But the handwriting is the same. This is no longer the same paper that was used to communicate with each other. Yutian Shenming said. It's Angus' handwriting, but it seems a little different. Gu Fei also flipped through the pages. I think he's changed at this time. He can't find Courtney anymore, so he can only write on the paper alone, to express his longing. Slim Waist Dance said. The handwriting is getting more and more chaotic. Shi Xiaotian flipped through the pages one by one. It seems that this mutation is making it harder and harder for him to maintain a normal consciousness. How pitiful. Even so, he still can't forget his Courtney. As Slender Waist Dance spoke, she looked at Gu Fei. You're the murderer. Hey! You almost threw up when you saw him, Gu Fei reminded Slim Waist Dance. That doesn't affect my sympathy for him, Slender Waist Dance said. Okay, actually, that's not the main point. The main point should be the project mentioned here. Maybe it's the hole at the bottom of Yunjiao Lake. There must be some secret, Gu Fei said. The murderer. Slim Waist Dance was still immersed in the story. That's just a string of data. Gu Fei said. There must be something behind that cave, there's no doubt about that. These little pieces of paper can only prove this point, but there are no hints on how to unravel this secret. Maybe we should go take a look at the cave. Shi Xiaotian said. That's impossible. Gu Fei shook his head. Why? Because it's the bottom of the lake, and humans need to breathe, Gu Fei told her. Then, for this quest, finding Gokino and Angus, maybe it's to find the way to that place, Shi Xiaotian said. Maybe we shouldn't have killed him, I didn't kill him. Gu Fei spread out his hands. Those players did. Or maybe after killing him, some important clue or item will drop from his body. Then it looks like we won't get anything. Gu Fei turned his head to look into the distance. The sea of players had drowned Angus. Even if he dropped something, it would have been picked up by the players. With so many people, finding and retrieving the item would be extremely difficult. But these pieces of paper gave us another clue, Shi Xiaotian said. You mean, this Courtney? Gu Fei said. That's right. From the contents of the notes where Angus misses Courtney, we can clearly see that Courtney isn't dead. Angus only became like this because of this project and didn't dare to see her again. The only people who know about this project are Gokino, Angus, and Courtney. Courtney might know the least, but she's our only choice, at least for now, Shi Xiaotian said. Gu Fei nodded and flipped through the paper in his hand. But there's no mention of where to find her. Looking for someone again. I hate looking for people. At least she's just an NPC, it's much more convenient than looking for players, Shi Xiaotian said. Wait. Gu Fei suddenly thought of something. The empty house by Yunjiao Lake, who lives there? Who would come to live here for no reason? Of course, I'm talking about if it's not a random setting set up by the system, but if there's a story behind it. In the fireplace of the wooden house, there are some ashes after a fire. We found a piece of paper among them, marking the entrance to the cave at the bottom of Yunjiao Lake. Someone did research on this project there. Who could it be? Maybe it's Gilgino. He once led the players on the siege side to that place. Maybe it's the place where they researched the project. But it could also be Courtney. She once lived there and researched the project. What is she trying to do? From the contents of the paper, she doesn't seem to be involved in this project. She's only worried about Angus, Gu Fei said. Hearing you say that, it seems like we should go there and take a look, Shi Xiaotian said. That's not a good idea. That place, maybe the Han family young master has set up an ambush. He knows that our quest is related to that place, Gu Fei said. Courtney, where can we find this NPC? You guys go through the paper again and see if there are any clues. I'll send a message to Sword Demon and the others in the city. Ask them to keep an eye out for an NPC with this name. Okay. They nodded and went their separate ways. But after studying the paper again, there was no more information about Courtney. Shi Xiaotian's gaze had already turned to the necklace. He looked left and right. This necklace should be Courtney's, right? Or maybe it's something that Angus wanted to give but didn't. How pitiful, Slender Waist Dance said. Maybe this is the key to finding Courtney. Shi Xiaotian handed the necklace to Gu Fei. Huh. Take this item and ask your quest issuer, Shi Xiaotian said. It seems like we should go back and ask. Gu Fei nodded. Let's go to Yunjiao Lakeside and pay attention to whether there's an ambush, Shi Xiaotian said. What if we're discovered? Yutian Shinming knew how scary it would be if the Han family young master wanted to ambush them. Then we'll die once. It's no big deal, Shi Xiaotian said. Then we'll split up for now, Gu Fei said. On the siege side, the 4 guild leaders were sitting together with Yi Xiaowu. They were ready to see what this inexplicably confident little cleric had up his sleeve. Simply put, Qianli is drunk. He's currently in the middle of a quest that's highly likely to cause the siege of Cloud City to fail, Yi Xiaowu said. What? That's not fair. Why should we all fail when he can complete a quest alone? The 4 guild leaders were anxious. Both the siege and defense sides have these decisive quests. And these quests are actually two-way quests. But the problem is that there aren't any major cities with defending players, and there aren't any major cities where the defending players have the upper hand in a two-way quest. Honestly speaking, do you believe it? A two-way quest, one person against 200,000 people, one person has the upper hand, Yi Xiaowu said. He's not one person, Unsworn Sword said. I know. He's even created a guild, right? That's why you should feel even more pressure. If he wins this two-way quest. Wait, you just said that this quest is decisive and two-way. Does that mean that if we beat him in this quest and complete it, we'll also win the siege. Against the Current suddenly said. Even if we don't complete it, we won't be too far from victory. Don't you know? The siege of your neighbor, Moonlit City, has already ended, Yi Xiaowu said. What? They completed this type of quest. In the siege, they received help from the Wolfman army, and Moonlit City has already been conquered by them. Yi Xiaowu said, maybe you guys should take a break and look at the forums. There are a few other major cities that are nearing the end of their battles. This experience is worth learning from. They didn't cause trouble for Qianli, right? According to what you said, we also received this type of quest. If it wasn't for Qianli playing two-way quests with us, we would have already completed it and won the siege, right? Against the Current said. That's why I appeared. Qianli shouldn't have appeared and caused so much trouble for everyone, Yi Xiaowu said. The four guild leaders' expressions changed when they heard this. What do you mean? Qianli's drunkenness is actually a bug? He's not human. No wonder, I felt that guy was inhumane. So it was a system error. What about those guys from Child Elite Group? They too. How is that possible? Haven't you heard of Sword Demon and Yutian Shenming? These guys clearly discovered a bug and made full use of it. Damn, what's the difference between this and using a cheat? Yi Xiaowu was dumbfounded. He was deeply impressed by the four guild leaders' imagination. After a while, he came back to his senses and interrupted the four's argument. Wait, that's not what I meant. Qianli's drunkenness is a normal player, it's not a system error or anything like that. Then, what do you mean by he shouldn't have appeared? Sword of No Oath asked. It means that he's too strong. Such a strong character shouldn't have appeared in the game. His strength has completely destroyed the balance of the game because it's hard to imagine a normal player reaching his level, Yi Xiaowu said. The game doesn't allow players to be too strong. What kind of rule is that? Wait, just who are you? The four guild leaders were shocked. Although Qianli's drunkenness caused them a lot of trouble and made them grit their teeth at the mention of this character, in reality, Qianli's drunkenness was the hope of every player. No player wouldn't be envious of Qianli's drunkenness, and no one wouldn't wish to have that kind of strength. But now, there was someone telling you that the game didn't allow such strength. This was equivalent to wiping out everyone's dreams and goals. Although rational people understood that they wouldn't be able to reach such heights, at least it was still a beautiful dream. Now that someone was telling you that this dream wasn't real, who wouldn't know? But it was too cruel to say it out loud. No, that's not what I meant. Yi Xiaowu hurriedly explained, what I meant was that Qianli's strength wasn't built on the game's settings. Don't you know that? He's a real warrior with strong fighting skills, so he has an absolute advantage against normal players. He doesn't even need equipment or game skills to defeat many people. This kind of existence is what I'm talking about, strength that shouldn't exist. You still haven't answered us. Who are you? The four asked, are you from the game company? No. Yi Xiaowu flatly denied, I just can't stand his strength. I think it's unfair. Well, what can you do? You just said that his strength isn't built on the game's settings. So, unless his account is deleted, who can stop his strength? Upstream said. Even if we can't stop his strength, we can at least stop his strength from affecting other players. This is what I want to do. Yi Xiaowu said. For example, are you going to help us win the city war now? Upstream asked. No, I just want to stop him from using his strength to sabotage your mission. Yi Xiaowu insisted. Forgive me for being blunt, Upstream said, you're just a little priest with ordinary equipment who hasn't even changed classes. Where do you get the confidence to go against Qianli's drunken? If what he has is power, what I have is knowledge. Knowledge of the game. Yi Xiaowu said. You said you're not from the game company. Upstream said. Yes, I'm not. Yi Xiaowu said. Oh. I understand. Upstream wasn't stupid, you're from the game company, but in a sense, you can say that you're not. Are you playing with words? This question isn't important. Yi Xiaowu said. You have knowledge, and then use our strength to stop Qianli's drunken, is that right? Upstream said. That's right. Okay, let's begin. Upstream was happy. He clearly showed more enthusiasm than the three guild leaders. The reason was simple. He already knew what the two-way mission Yi Xiaowu was talking about was, and this mission happened to be in the hands of his guild 30 miles away. Stopping Qianli's drunken would definitely give them a big breakthrough no matter what the outcome was. For singing with wine, it was quite profitable. The other three guild leaders also thought of the same thing as Upstream, and at this moment, they didn't feel good. Getting Qianli's drunken and sabotaging his mission was something they were happy to do, but when they thought of how Upstream had picked up a big bargain after everything was done, they immediately felt unhappy. When they worked together before, they didn't think that dealing with Qianli's drunken would have such a big stake. Come on, use your knowledge and tell us what to do. Upstream was obviously a little excited at this moment. At least I have to understand how far both sides have gone with the mission. Yi Xiaowu said. The other three guild leaders looked at Upstream together. Ahem. Upstream coughed and explained the situation of their mission along the way. It's really complicated. Yi Xiaowu said, see, this is the mission during the city war. The degree of freedom is quite high, and there are actually many branches that can lead to the final conclusion. Your mission list might not have a mission, but if the corresponding conditions are met, it can also be considered completed, and it can also lead to further development. Oh, is that so? The eyes of Unsworn Sword and the other two lit up when they heard this. Oh, is that so? The same words came out of Upstream's mouth, but the mood was different. He felt that it was a pity that he couldn't enjoy this mission alone. Gilkino is already dead. Is this his current state? Yes, he said that he needs us to find the things that were taken from the hut. What should we do? Upstream asked. If Gilkino is dead, then the contents of Qianli's drunken will also change. He will probably go find Angus. Yi Xiaowu muttered to himself. Angus? Who is Angus? The other three guild leaders were excited. He's Gilkino's assistant, and also one of the clue NPCs for this mission. Yi Xiaowu said. Wait, there's a situation. We found Qianli's drunken at the cloud mine. Uncheng Mutsu suddenly said. I also reported it. Teleportation. It's definitely him. Unsworn Sword also said. Is he already there? Yi Xiaowu said. Angus is there. Yes. Yi Xiaowu nodded. What will happen next? The four asked. That depends on how he deals with it. Maybe we should go there as well. Yi Xiaowu said. Let's hurry. The guild leaders gathered their troops. Upstream was depressed that his question had been ignored, so he took the opportunity to ask again, I say, how should we progress on my side? There are a lot of clues. Use your brain. Yi Xiaowu patted him, and the people that Unsworn Sword had gathered prepared to move out. However, they were all a group of short legs. The various guilds had already sent their speed classes to check out the situation. Angus, if Qianli's drunken mode is triggered, then that will be interesting. Maybe we can defeat him. Yi Xiaowu said. Oh, he will. Unsworn Sword nodded. He had a little understanding of Gu Fei. If there was a place to fight, this person would definitely choose to fight. Otherwise, why would everyone think that he was inhumane? In the end, when this group of short legs rushed to the halfway point, there was a report from the front. Qianli escaped after getting drunk. A strange disgusting creature was killed by the players. Chapter 749. A strange creature was killed by a player. This information was relayed to Yi Xiaowu by Unsworn Sword. Of course, Yi Xiaowu didn't have the intelligence network that these guild leaders had. What about Qianli drunk? Yi Xiaowu asked. We didn't catch him, but the monster was killed. Unsworn Sword looked at Yi Xiaowu with bright eyes. Since the scouts were all agility type, Crisscrossing's arrow formation was very outstanding, and it played a great role in the battle to destroy the monster. Unsworn Sword hoped that this was a legendary branch plot that could lead to the final ending, and hoped that Yi Xiaowu, who claimed to have knowledge, could give him some hints. However, Yi Xiaowu was not affected by this plot at all, and continued to ask, "What's the situation at the cloud mine?" "Over there." "There's nothing," Unsworn Sword said. "Let's go over there and take a look," Yi Xiaowu said. Unsworn Sword's eyes lit up again, and he moved closer to Yi Xiaowu and whispered, "What's over there?" Yi Xiaowu looked at him, and just as he was about to speak, Unsworn Sword noticed that Countercurrent's 3 people had also come over, and he quickly looked away as if nothing had happened. The 3 people came over to ask about the relationship between the monster and the quest, and their eyes were full of jealousy toward Unsworn Sword. It was obvious that the major guilds knew that Crisscrossing had the upper hand in killing monsters. "Let's go to the cloud mine and take a look." Yi Xiaowu still had the same idea. The 4 guild leaders nodded on the surface, and in private, they sent the speed squad to the cloud mine to investigate the situation. After that, they breathed a sigh of relief and looked around, and each saw 3 mirror-like expressions. The speed squad didn't find anything, and the 4 guild leaders were all disappointed. They looked at each other, and the mirror-like expressions reappeared. The 4 were silent, and they continued to follow Yi Xiaowu to the cloud mine. This guy seemed to be very familiar with the place, and he went straight to a place as if he was going to search for something. Sword of No Oath was always so quick-witted at certain moments. With a glance, one of his subordinates immediately understood and flew to Yi Xiaowu's side. He grinned and said, "There's no need for you to come here." "What are you looking for?" "I'll do it." Against the Current's reaction was actually not slow, but Fan Xiling, who understood his intention, lacked that kind of indomitable temperament. By the time he moved forward quickly, Sword Without Oath's subordinates had already rushed to Yi Xiaowu's feet and finished their lines. Unchung Mutsu and Black Index Finger's reactions were a little slower, and they quickly sent people after them. One of them shouted, "Let me do it," and the other shouted, "I'm good at rough work." 2 figures flew out, and Fan Xiling was left behind. Yi Xiaowu stared blankly, only to see a big hole was quickly dug in front of her, big enough to bury her alive. At this time, the 4 presidents came over and asked Yi Xiaowu, "What are you looking for?" There should have been something, but now it seems that Qianli Yizue and the others have already taken it. Yi Xiaowu said. Unsworn Sword was furious. He turned around and looked for the player who had been doing the quest. "There's an important situation here. Why haven't we discovered it yet?" The players were speechless. They really did not expect to dig out a quest here. "What should we do next?" The 4 presidents asked Yi Xiaowu. "We can only continue to stop them." Yi Xiaowu sighed. Gu Fei left the 3 people behind and returned to the main city in the clouds, heading straight for the meeting hall. When he entered the door, he saw Drifting and the other 2 wandering around. "Why are you back? Did you break through the quest?" Drifting asked. "I'm still researching it." "What are you doing here?" Gu Fei asked. "Let's see if there are any quests posted here." "You know, normal people can't come in," Drifting said. "Yeah, why didn't I think of that?" Gu Fei patted his head. "Hee hee." Drifting laughed. "Go ahead." Gu Fei hurriedly said goodbye and went straight to the guard room. He didn't know how many times he had been here, so he didn't hold back anymore. He kicked the door open and rushed to the captain. He took out the necklace and went straight to the point. Gilkino's assistant died, and this was left behind. "Who is Courtney? Where is she? Dead?" The captain was startled. "Did she leave anything behind? Isn't it right here?" Gu Fei waved the necklace in front of the captain's eyes. He was angry at the guy's attitude of ignoring him. The captain took the necklace and looked at it. He put it to the side and asked, "Did she leave anything behind?" This time, he added the word, "still." The system's thinking was still somewhat logical. There were some notes. The contents of the notes said that there was a woman called Courtney who was very close to Gokino. Maybe she could help us, Gu Fei said. Courtney? I've never heard of this name. Let me check. What is her full name? The captain said. I don't know. Gu Fei was angry. He felt that the system was deliberately testing the patience of the players. It was rare for the system to help them find someone, but it was deliberately making things difficult for them. It seemed that the parallel world was also trying its best to make finding someone an activity that was the most unpopular among the players. The captain, who was angrily scolded by Gu Fei, showed the qualities of an NPC. He didn't get angry and patiently sat in front of the table. He took a piece of paper and wrote down a few things before handing it to Gu Fei. Go to the archive room on the first floor and find Kai Qin from the census. She will help you. Gu Fei approached the paper and saw that it was a note from Leader Zhang. He was so depressed that he wanted to die. But what else could he say to an NPC? He could only do as he was told. He took the note and went to the archive room on the first floor. The archive room was guarded by guards. Gu Fei showed the note before he was let in. Kai Qin, Gu Fei was looking for an NPC with this name. It sounded like a beautiful girl, but when he found her, Gu Fei was taken aback. It was an old lady with a strange face and a pair of strange glasses. After seeing the note in Gu Fei's hand, she threw 5 thick and large sheepskin books to Gu Fei. Just give me Cloud Cities. Gu Fei said. Do you think I have anything that isn't from Cloud City? Auntie Caichin's words weren't polite at all. Gu Fei shivered. How could there be so many NPCs in Cloud City? He didn't understand. Could it be that the players were also counted? Trembling, Gu Fei flipped to the next page. Sure enough, the sheepskin book included the names of players. Gender, class, and level were all indicated. Gu Fei immediately thought of the Assassin's Alliance's intelligence department. However, the Assassin's Alliance still required players to gather information. Here, however, with the protection of the system, Gu Fei didn't need to put in any effort. But it seemed that if it wasn't for the captain's note, he, as a member of the guard, wouldn't be able to casually find information from here. I wonder if there's an archive room in the faction. Gu Fei flipped a few pages while his imagination ran wild. He quickly found that the names were arranged alphabetically, which made him feel very gratified. As he muttered Courtney's name, Gu Fei flipped to the keyword index. However, after searching for the names of several NPCs, he realized that NPCs were not like players, who came up with random codenames. The real names of NPCs all had first and last names. Some of them even looked incredible, and this alphabetical arrangement was based on last names. Courtney was definitely not a last name. It was hard to imagine two lovers calling each other by last names. Gu Fei was going crazy. This meant that the alphabetical arrangement was of no help to him, so he could only search page by page. 5 books. Gu Fei's eyes were getting dimmer and dimmer. Suddenly, he thought of Drifting and the other 2 brothers. 3 more people could triple his speed. Gu Fei quickly messaged Drifting and asked him to come to the archive room on the first floor. Gu Fei wanted to call more people, but on second thought, other than him and the other 2 brothers, no one else could enter the hall. What's the matter? Drifting asked in the message. Do me a favor, said Gu Fei. Quest? Of course. Drifting and the other 2 rushed over excitedly. Gu Fei was wondering if he should team up with the 3 of them and share the approval, but the 3 of them came in without any hindrance. How can you just come in? Gu Fei was surprised. What else? Said Drifting. Gu Fei showed him his note, and Drifting nodded. Oh, he said, so, the archive room is open to our camp. We didn't know. It should be a problem of camp. We are the Wanderers Association, and we travel around the world. We contributed to the establishment and perfection of the archive. You guys contributed to the mess, right? You changed your household registration and caused so much trouble for the census auntie, said Gu Fei. Pfft, Drifting didn't care. What's the matter? Gu Fei pointed at the 5 sheepskin books on the table. I'm looking for someone named Courtney. Oh my god. Drifting was a frequent visitor to the archive room, so he knew how scary it was to search for information on NPCs in the census office. What's worse is that Courtney is a first name, not a last name, said Gu Fei. Drifting sneered. That's a lucky thing. If it's a last name, it'll be a tragedy. Think about what would happen if you found a player with the last name Li. Gu Fei thought about it. That was true. Last names were more likely to be repeated than first names, and there were benefits to knowing first names. He felt a little comforted. He waved his hand and asked the 3 to get to work. Since the 3 of them were here, they didn't waste any time. They each picked up a book and started to search. Drifting looked carefully and took out a pen to write on the book. He asked Gu Fei, "Is it Courtney or Courtney?" "Courtney." Gu Fei pointed and asked, "Can I write on the book?" "The system will fix it." He was indeed experienced in drifting, but Gu Fei could see the painful expression on his face. He believed that he must have learned a painful lesson. For example, when he was looking up information, he took out a pen to make some notes or something, preparing to use it later, but it was fixed by the system. The 4 of them talked and started to search together. It wasn't too slow. After all, a player's ID was very different from a normal name. It was easy to scan. The NPC's name was also very eye-catching. If a new person is born, the information will be updated at any time, right? Will it mess up the pages? Gu Fei asked. Look, all the players with information are above level 10, so they won't be recorded when they are born, Drifting said. It's the same if they are recorded at level 10. They can reach level 10 in the blink of an eye, said Gu Fei. The problem is that you are looking for an NPC, not a player. Do you think it will affect the information? Drifting said. Will players also have such a name? Gu Fei asked. Drifting moved his book over, pointed to a name, and asked Gu Fei, "Do you think a player will name himself Ryan Francis Bryant?" Gu Fei looked at the long list of names and said, "It's hard to say," at $% and Drifting left without a word and focused on looking for Courtney. He didn't talk to Gu Fei anymore. Only the sound of books flipping could be heard in the archive room. Finally, there was movement from left hand. I found one. Oh. Gu Fei hurried over. The name was Courtney Green, but the information showed that Courtney was only 13 years old. She was a flower seller in the central square. So that little girl has a name. Drifting nodded. He had seen a little girl selling flowers in the central square. That's not what I'm looking for, said Gu Fei. Then? She's a civil engineering student, Gu Fei said. At least she's old enough to fall in love. Drifting looked at the information of the flower seller. Student, in love. Which part doesn't match? Maybe she's selling flowers for a part-time job, 13 years old. Gu Fei emphasized. She's at the age of first love, Drifting sighed. Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. Let's write down this page number and keep looking. The 3 of them had no choice but to continue searching. There was more than one person named Courtney. In the end, there were a total of 4 people, and Courtney, who was clearly marked as a student of the civil engineer Gilkino, was the last to be discovered. Her full name was Courtney Zola, and the Z part was at the end. Okay, this is it. Gu Fei took the information and read it carefully. Courtney Zola, 28 years old, one of the students of the Civil Engineering Master Gilgino. When she was a student, her lover died in a major project in Cloud City. She was sad and ended her civil engineering career. She became a forest caretaker near Yunjiao Lake. This is it. A female forest caretaker? Drifting asked. That's her. Yunjiao Lake? I don't think I've seen it before. Gu Fei was confused. Oh. You go there often? Although Drifting was not from Cloud City, he had lived in Cloud City and knew what Yunjiao Lake was like. I'm going to continue with my mission. You guys continue with your work. Thank you. Gu Fei was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He quickly turned back and almost bumped into the three people behind him. What's wrong? The three asked. What project is mentioned here? Can we find it in the archives? Gu Fei said. Should be able to. Drifting nodded. He was familiar with the layout of the archives, so he led Gu Fei to the section that specialized in construction projects. Gu Fei asked the NPC to check it, but he was rejected. Let me do it. Drifting walked forward and said the same thing as Gu Fei. The NPC gave him the information without hesitation. Gu Fei moved forward to read it, but the NPC ignored him. System, damn, this Gilgino has guided a lot of projects. Which one is it? Drifting was depressed. Yunjiao Lake, Gu Fei said. Then it's this one. Drifting pointed. Yunjiao Lake Bottom Water Storage and Drainage Project. Gu Fei quickly browsed through the content, but he didn't find anything special. The description of the project was just a general explanation and boast. It praised that this project perfectly solved the problem of drinking water and sewage discharge in Cloud City. It was a project that had the highest public support and satisfaction in Cloud City. In the process of boasting, there was no mention of any casualties in this project. Is there anything else? Gu Fei asked. Drifting continued to browse. The number of projects wasn't as large as the number of people, so he quickly finished. He shook his head and said, there's nothing else about Yunjiao Lake. Then it seems like it's this one, Gu Fei said. Probably. Gu Fei nodded. This search gave him an idea. He wanted to go to the census department to find information about Gilgino and Angus. But he knew that if he mentioned this again, Drifting and the other two would fight him to the death. Thinking that the two dead people might not have any clues, Gu Fei decided not to waste time here. He quickly left. As he left the city, he quickly contacted the other three and told them about the information he found. The project mentioned in the quest is undoubtedly the Yunjiao Lake Bottom Water Storage and Drainage Project, but there's no information about any casualties. But in Courtney's information, it clearly states that her lover died in a certain project. This person should be Angus, but in fact, Angus isn't dead, right? Gu Fei analyzed. We have to find Courtney. The information says that she's a forest watcher near Yunjiao Lake, but I don't think I've seen her, Gu Fei said. A forest watcher? Maybe she's an active NPC. You don't go to Yunjiao Lake often, do you? It's not strange that you haven't seen her, Shi Xiaotian said. Who goes there often? Gu Fei thought about it and asked in the guild chat if anyone was familiar with Yunjiao Lake. No one said anything. Yunjiao Lake was a place that only people who were in love would be familiar with. This was a private matter, and no one wanted to admit it. What do you want? July asked Gu Fei in private. There's an NPC over there, and I want to confirm if anyone knows, Gu Fei said. Is there a girl in love in the guild? I'll ask for you. July said. It was obvious that there were girls like that in the guild, but Gu Fei didn't want to be exposed. Gu Fei just wanted to know the result, so he didn't care. He just urged July to hurry. The four of them had already taken a detour to Yunjiao Lake. I asked. There's a forest watcher in the forest near Yunjiao Lake. Sometimes she walks by the lake. It's a female NPC. Is it the one you're looking for? July asked. That's her. Thank you so much. Gu Fei was filled with emotion. The power of the masses was endless. The information has confirmed that there's a female forest watcher by Yunjiao Lake. I believe it's Courtney. We'll go meet her now, but we have to be discreet. We have reason to believe that the area around Yunjiao Lake is filled with traps, Gu Fei said. Let's not take the main road to Yunjiao Lake. Let's go around the mountain path and observe from above, Shi Xiaotian said. I should have borrowed Mang Mang's binoculars earlier. Why didn't I think of that? Gu Fei was depressed. Chapter 750. All roads lead to Rome. Yunjiao Lakeside was just an open-air location, so there were naturally countless options to get to this place. The biggest advantage of the path opened up by the system wasn't that it was close, but that it allowed players to focus on their journey and wouldn't be harassed by monsters along the way. If players wanted to take a shortcut, they would inevitably be harassed by monsters along the way. They might even bump into a high-leveled area. Not only would they not be able to get through, but they might even lose their lives if they tried to force their way through. These problems weren't a problem for these 4 people. First, they were fast, and second, Gu Fei and Yutian Xinming were fast at clearing monsters. If they could avoid the monsters, they would. If they couldn't avoid them, they would kill them in 2 or 3 hits. It didn't take long before they reached the back of the mountain range beside Yunjiao Lakeside. Let's go up from here. Shi Xiaotian raised his head and said. The other 3 nodded. This place seemed to be Yunjiao Lakeside's territory. There weren't many monsters, and the atmosphere was ambiguous. Yutian Xinming was clearly excited. Yunjiao Lakeside was also very large. When the 4 reached the top of the mountain, they could only see the rippling lake and the reeds. It was a bit far. The small wooden hut is over there. Gu Fei pointed. This target was relatively close. Ha, isn't that the place where you were killed by the honor kill? Slender Waist Dance laughed. Look, what a big lake. Gu Fei said. The 3 looked at him strangely, not knowing why he was suddenly sighing. Someone swam like this before. Gu Fei gestured. You're looking to die. Slender Waist Dance clenched her teeth. Shi Xiaotian laughed and looked around. I don't see any NPCs here. But there's already a forest here. If there are people in the forest, they should be protecting the forest, right? Looking for people in the forest is troublesome. Yutian Xinming said. Yeah, follow closely. Don't get lost. Gu Fei said. Yutian Xinming was in tears, but he knew that Gu Fei was not mocking him this time. It was a genuine and kind reminder, so he could not reprimand Gu Fei for not keeping his promise. I think it would be more efficient if we split up, Shi Xiaotian suggested. Or we can shout out her name. Maybe she'll come looking for us, Yutian Xinming said. Let's do it this way. The 3 of us will split up and look for her. Yutian, you stay here and call her name. Gu Fei nodded. Aye. Yutian Xinming felt that he was asking for trouble. So the 3 of them split up, and Yutian Xinming's affectionate call to Courtney echoed on the hillside. In the end, Courtney did not appear, and many players were woken up. Many figures came out from the haystacks and bushes. They all tried to look in this direction, wanting to see which idiot had lost his wife. Gu Fei and the other 2 each picked a direction and split up. Be careful of ambushes. This was Gu Fei's warning to everyone. Luckily, NPCs were stylish. They would not bend down to hide in the reeds, so the target should still be very obvious. Not long after the 3 of them split up, Shi Xiaotian sent a message to the 3 of them, saying that he had found the target by the lake. Gu Fei and Slim Waist Dance quickly arrived. Yutian Xinming sent a message to Gu Fei, have you come to pick me up? Gu Fei sighed, and could only run over to fetch this guy. Shi Xiaotian and Slim Waist Dance did not act rashly. They still stood on the hillside and followed Courtney from afar. When Gu Fei and Yutian Xinming rushed back, Shi Xiaotian pointed and said, looks like you were right. There is indeed an ambush. Gu Fei took a look and couldn't help but laugh. The reeds were very high, but Courtney still showed half of her body when she walked normally. However, the movement of her footsteps seemed to be a little too strong. The reeds within a radius of tens of meters would tremble along with her. The figure inside was basically faintly discernible. This ambush was a little too stupid. Of course, Gu Fei didn't know the complexity of this. With Yi Xiaowu, the 4 major guilds rushed here from the cloud mine. With their manpower, it was naturally faster to find Courtney. The 4 major guild leaders all sent their trusted aides to communicate with Courtney and try to dig up quests, but they found nothing. Yi Xiaowu also didn't give the 4 a clear hint, which made the 4 of them a little unhappy. Making such a stupid ambush was naturally a competition between the 4 of them. They all wanted to get the quest, so they personally led their subordinates to circle around Courtney. No one was willing to back down. Every time it came to a critical moment, the cooperation of these guys was always a joke. There's a problem. Even if the Han family young master knew we were coming here to do quests, how did he know we were looking for this NPC? Normal players wouldn't know this NPC by the cloud suburb lake, right? Is the Han family young master someone who often comes here to play? Shi Xiaotian said. I don't think so. Gu Fei said. The Han family young master was an evil guy that people couldn't stand. Love? It was a waste of such a beautiful word to put on that guy. Just thinking about it made him feel like he was committing a crime. And I don't think it's him. I don't think that guy would make such a funny ambush. Look, his butt is exposed and he's still crawling. Gu Fei said. No matter who it is, how did they know we were looking for Courtney? Shi Xiaotian said. There are so many players, so there must be someone who knows there's an NPC here. It's a quest, so wouldn't we have to interact with NPCs, so we came to try. Gu Fei said. How could they be so stupid? Shi Xiaotian said. Also, you said that their setup was very exposed. If it was an ambush, then it was exposed. But maybe their goal was to protect us and prevent us from interacting with Courtney. Maybe the ambush was just a convenience. Shi Xiaotian continued to analyze. What you said makes sense. Gu Fei nodded and looked back at the other 2. What do you guys think? There should be a lot of men and women in the bushes. Why didn't any of them come out when they stepped over here? Yutian Shinming also knew how to think. This. Gu Fei was startled and immediately reacted. The bushes were filled with their people. Looks like it. Shi Xiaotian nodded. They came one step earlier and had already set up the trap. The ones that didn't move in the reeds were the real ambush. These guys following them, maybe they were just a cover. Even Shi Xiaotian couldn't guess that these guys following them were ready to rush over and snatch the quest at any time. They set it up beforehand? Do they know Courtney's movement route? Slender Waist Dance said. Maybe there are players who are familiar with this NPC? Shi Xiaotian said. Wait, it can't be that guy, right? Gu Fei suddenly thought of someone. He pulled up his friend list and saw that he was indeed online. He sent a message over. You're here to cause trouble again. Qianli Drunk is here. Yi Xiaowu, who received the message, ignored Gu Fei and quickly revealed the information to the 4 guild leaders. How did you know? The 4 were shocked. They had all left spies along the way, but none of them had received any information about Qianli Drunk. How did this guy know first? He sent me a message. He guessed that I was here, Yi Xiaowu said. You guys. What's your relationship? The 4 were confused. Yi Xiaowu didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked, you all have spies, right? The 4 nodded and explained the situation of their spies. Looks like they didn't take the main road. They took a detour, Yi Xiaowu said. The 4 guild leaders nodded. This was something that couldn't be prevented. The map was so big. If they wanted to take a detour, they would be everywhere. The 4 guilds couldn't watch the entire Yunjiao lakeside. He noticed me. It looks like he's already noticed the situation with the NPC. That means he's nearby. Yi Xiaowu said and looked around. The 4 guild leaders were full of confidence. We've already set up an ambush in the reeds. The NPC is also surrounded by our guild's most elite members. No matter how strong Qianli Drunk is, I don't think he can fight us head-on. He has to come into contact with this NPC, right? The four asked Yi Xiaowu. Although it's not absolute, there's at least an 80% chance that he took this route. Now that he's here, there's no doubt about it. Yi Xiaowu said. Then we'll wait for him to walk into the trap. The four were happy. They could kill Qianli drunk again. Unless he what? The four became nervous when they heard that there was a twist. Qianli drunk. Suddenly, someone shouted in the reeds. They'd obviously found their target. Where? The four guild leaders said in unison. The northwest slope. It was inconvenient for them to observe the outside if they hid in the reeds. Now that they'd received a clear report, they poked their heads out slightly. As expected, the familiar and terrifying black figure was running down from the northwest slope. The four guild leaders were full of confidence before, but now they felt nervous for no reason. They each ordered, "Get ready." Everyone held onto their weapons and hid themselves, waiting for Gu Fei to enter their encirclement before launching an ambush. Unexpectedly, Gu Fei didn't run over. He stopped when he was 100 meters away and shouted, "Courtney! Angus isn't dead." These words were clearly heard by everyone in the reeds. The players were confused. They didn't know what Qianli was up to. Yi Xiaowu said gloomily, "He really did this. What's going to happen?" The four guild leaders were shocked. The answer was out. Courtney, who had been closely grouped with them, suddenly froze when she heard the shout. She quickly turned her head to look at Gu Fei. Gu Fei consolidated his results and shouted again. Courtney didn't say anything and quickly ran toward Gu Fei. Fuck. The four guild leaders finally knew what Gu Fei was up to. This NPC didn't need the players to come and serve her. She could be summoned by shouting. This defied common sense in online games. Normally, in online games, the players would pretend to be the grandsons of the NPCs and carefully serve them in exchange for rewards. However, this NPC was too useless. She looked like she was in a hurry to complete some kind of quest. Stop her. The four guild leaders had an idea and decided to surround this NPC. No. Yi Xiaowu quickly stopped them. But the players obviously listened to their guild leaders. Who cared about Yi Xiaowu? They all went forward to block the way. What's wrong? The four guild leaders hurriedly asked Yi Xiaowu. Stopping her is making her an enemy. What do you think will happen? Yi Xiaowu said. 2 streaks of white light. The seemingly unremarkable female forest watchers attacked without the slightest hesitation. The players wanted to surround the NPC and not let her leave. In the end, she came over and stabbed 2 of them to death. Then she didn't make things difficult for the others. She just continued to run. Her speed was actually quite fast. Is it a thief? NPCs that could fight usually had a profession. The players saw that this NPC used a dagger and moved so quickly, so they quickly came to this conclusion. Godly thief, sharpshooter, lurker, 3 professions, Yi Xiaowu said. This was where NPCs were shameless. They didn't have the same profession as players and often had multiple professions. If we kill her, will the drunk Qianli quest not be completed? The 4 guild leaders asked. Yi Xiaowu froze and then nodded. Indeed, it won't be completed on this line. Say so earlier. The 4 guild leaders grumbled at Yi Xiaowu and immediately ordered the players to prepare to kill Courtney. Yi Xiaowu hesitated but finally opened his mouth. If you kill her, your quest will also be stuck here. Stop. The 4 guild leaders roared and then turned to glare at Yi Xiaowu. What's going on? Both of you are in the same quest system, Yi Xiaowu said. But didn't you say there would be multiple routes? Can't we just take another route? The 4 said. That's right, but I have to remind you that my goal is to stop the destruction and influence of Qianli's drunk. It's not to help you guys with the quest, Yi Xiaowu said. You said that a long time ago. Uncheng Mutsu said. Are you saying that you won't give us any hints about the other routes? That's right, Jiang Qin said. Are you saying that you won't give us any hints about the other routes? That's right. Yi Xiaowu nodded. The four guild leaders glanced at each other. In the guild channel, their subordinates anxiously urged, "Do we do it? Do we do it? We're about to run out. We're about to run out. Do it." Unsworn Sword blurted out. Unchung Mutsu and Black Index Finger also nodded resolutely. This cleric claimed that he wouldn't help on other routes, but on this route, when did he give any hints? The four guilds had been busy for so long, but they still couldn't figure out what this quest was about. What information, what background, what did Qianli mean when he was drunk? Why did this NPC run when he heard it? The four guild leaders realized that whether it was this route in front of them or the other routes that they hadn't discovered yet, it was all the same to them. If they left this NPC behind, they wouldn't know how to complete the quest. Instead, they would let Qianli have a chance to complete his quest. It wasn't worth it. Rather than that, they might as well give up this opportunity. What was even better was that against the current guy's quest was also interrupted. Perhaps this last point was the reason why Unsworn Sword and the others were so determined. Against the current didn't even have time to say anything. The three of them had already organized their own guilds to attack Courtney. Fuck, you three. Against the current's thoughts were more meticulous. At the beginning, he had already considered the gains and losses of the quest, but the other three's determination surprised him. Then, he saw that the three of them didn't even pay attention to him and rushed forward to attack. It took him a moment to realize that he was different from the three of them. His quest was still on this route, so he wasn't completely clueless. He still had a chance to complete this quest. Guild leader against the current, think of the big picture. Unsworn Sword said sincerely. We know that your guild seems to be involved in this quest, but look, right now, Qianli is closer to the end after getting drunk. We have to do this, Unchung Mutsu said. The sacrifice of singing and drinking will be remembered by all the players in Cloud City. Black Index Finger was acting like a representative here. The three of them echoed each other. Against the current was furious, but what could he do? Even if he could save her, he had no clue. During this period of time, the kid who was assigned a mission 30 miles away had been running around like a dog. He would go around and talk to people whenever there was something. Previously, when he found out that Courtney was an important person, he went against the flow and sent someone 30 miles away to try and probe her 800 times, but to no avail. It seemed like there was no difference whether he had a quest or not. He didn't know how to continue. Against the current thought. He made up his mind and didn't say anything else. What was the point of saying anything? Turning hostile. One of them couldn't beat 3 guilds. With the guild leader's order to kill, the players didn't stop Courtney. The thick-skinned warriors stacked together and started to provoke Courtney. Yi Xiaowu couldn't help but say, it's useless. She won't generate aggro right now. She'll just get drunk on Qianli. Fuck, what kind of monster is this? The 4 guild leaders cursed. Surround her with people, Yi Xiaowu reminded. We've done that a long time ago, the 4 guild leaders said. In terms of commanding, none of them were weak. But it wasn't that easy. How could they just focus on killing the NPCs? Gu Fei discovered that this group of people wanted to fight to the death, and had already rushed over to provide support. He teleported into the encirclement and actually cooperated with Courtney's attack, slashing out an opening with his sword. What did you just say? In the end, Courtney stopped running. She pulled Gu Fei over and started saying her lines. Gu Fei didn't answer. He took out the necklace and showed it to Courtney. Courtney held it, tears welling up in her eyes. She muttered to herself, Angus, it really is Angus. Where is he? Courtney quickly asked Gu Fei. Suddenly, there was a mess of screams around him. Gu Fei looked around in surprise. The surrounding players were all crazy for some reason. They suddenly attacked and screamed at the same time. It was so noisy that he couldn't hear anything. Is this going to work? The 4 guild leaders asked Yi Xiaowu. They hoped that the sound waves would disrupt Gu Fei and Courtney so that they wouldn't be able to communicate. Yi Xiaowu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's useless against NPCs, but it might work against players. This player's weird tricks were beyond his imagination. Stop wasting time. If we don't escape, how are we going to see Angus? Gu Fei roared. The NPC was indeed unaffected by the noise. He nodded firmly. I must see Angus. It's over. Yi Xiaowu shook his head. What's over? The 4 guild leaders didn't understand. Courtney took out the longbow on her back and knocked 10 long arrows at once. She raised her hand and released. The arrows flew out in a fan shape, instantly killing 10 people. Fuck, she's stronger than me. Gu Fei was shocked. The boss is going berserk, Yi Xiaowu said to the 4 guild leaders. Chapter 751. Why would he go berserk for no reason? The 4th guild master was furious. Bosses usually went berserk when they were on the brink of death. Who would go berserk with full health? Then why would he go berserk again before he died? Was there any justice in this world? The plot has been triggered. The item is in his hands, Yi Xiaowu said. Then what do we do now? The 4th guild master was in tears. Just as he spoke to Yi Xiaowu, Courtney shot another scattered arrow. Those who were hit died instantly. There was no additional damage. It was a pure physical attack, and Courtney's attack power was extremely strong. It's a pure physical attack. Only heavy warriors or constitution warriors can tank it, Yi Xiaowu said. In fact, most priests also played with high constitution, but they wore cloth clothes and had very low defense. In the parallel world, equipment didn't have class or level requirements, but there were attribute requirements. High-level armor required constitution and strength. Priests usually had constitution, but not strength. For equipment, they could invest in strength, but the benefit was only defense. The strength attribute itself didn't help the priest's abilities at all. So how to choose was a topic that the players had been studying. Of course, this wasn't the time to study this. Warriors always had the habit of protecting their team. Now that they were instantly killed by Courtney's scattered arrows, many warriors had already stood up and prepared to take the beating. However, Yi Xiaowu's reminder was not for nothing. There were many types of warriors because of the different attributes they had added. Although the defense of the heavy armor was not low, the berserker warriors who focused on attacking and increasing their strength could not serve as a shield at this time. They were completely within Courtney's range of instant kills, and they would die an ugly death. The 4 guild masters hurriedly gave the order. The heavy warriors and constitution warriors all came forward to act as shields. Courtney didn't care who stood up. She just kept shooting arrows, charging forward as she did. The heavy warriors and constitution warriors could tank one of her arrows, but before they could cheer, Gu Fei teleported over and followed up with a double flame flash. They died so easily. Then he rolled on the ground and focused on attacking people's lower body, avoiding another wave of Courtney's attacks. The players complained. These 2 characters, no matter which one appeared alone, even if it was troublesome, the players could always deal with it. But now that both of them attacked together, the damage was so high that they couldn't handle it. The most disgusting thing was Courtney's special aggro. She didn't care about the other players trying to seduce her. She just wanted to run with Gu Fei, which made the other players gnash their teeth. What should we do? What should we do? The 4 guild leaders relied on Yi Xiaowu. Yi Xiaowu opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He had a way to deal with any boss or NPC, but if he wanted to deal with Gu Fei, he was still far from Qianli. How could he know what Gu Fei would do next? This was a real human being, not a robot he had designed. Gu Fei was now using the Earth Hall Saber technique, rolling around on the ground. The reeds were so high that they couldn't even see Gu Fei's shadow. Where is he? Yi Xiaowu watched as Gu Fei squatted down and disappeared. How would we know? The 4 guild leaders were furious. They were all waiting for this fellow to come up with an idea, yet he was actually a good-for-nothing at the crucial moment. Have the tank cover. My mages are coming. Against the Current really didn't want this NPC to die, but looking at the situation, he had to grit his teeth and contribute. Guild leader against the Current is really righteous. You are a role model for our generation. The 3 guild leaders were still so hypocritical. Against the Current couldn't be bothered with them anymore. The warriors in the circle began to retreat instead of surrounding and attacking. They made room for a retreat. But the warrior's movement speed couldn't compare to Courtney's. She broke out of the encirclement at high speed and caught up with the warrior in one step. As soon as she got close, she pulled out her dagger. The blade flashed, and the warrior fell no slower than an arrow. It was impossible to surround the NPC in the center and bombard them with mages. Against the Current didn't care about this at all. With an order, the mages who had already arrived all cast their spells, covering the group of warriors around Courtney. Damn! Unsworn Sword gritted his teeth. Against the Current must have done this on purpose. Seeing that the warriors over there belonged to them, he didn't think at all and just bombarded them together. What is this? Yi Xiaowu saw the opponent's strategy and was shocked. This is a necessary sacrifice, Against the Current said calmly. Are you guys confused? This is a boss-level NPC. Do you know how much HP she has? How many people did you sacrifice with your AoE spells? Do you think you can exchange for her HP? Yi Xiaowu said. Against the Current was also stunned. Just now, the AoE bombardment killed a bunch of players, but Courtney was still standing. Against the Current suddenly panicked. Right. They didn't know how much HP this target had. Would it really be effective to bombard their own people like this? Against the Current stuttered, vaguely feeling that he had made a mistake somewhere. Unsworn Sword had sacrificed a group of warriors. Hearing Yi Xiaowu's reminder, he reacted and cried, what the hell? This isn't Qianli's drunk. This is a boss. Gosh. Only then did Upstream realized what the problem was. Fighting with Qianli's drunk had made them develop the habit of killing their own people along with their enemies. Qianli's drunk was a player. When faced with such a large AoE attack, he couldn't avoid it and would naturally die. However, this was a boss. Could a boss's HP be on the same level as a player's? If they wanted to kill a boss with a single volley of attacks, they were thinking too lowly of a boss. Against the Current thought of his own mistake and began to sweat. This wave of bombardment was so satisfying. It directly blasted a hole in the group of warriors. Courtney rushed out and continued to fire at random. Maybe she killed Qianli's drunk just now. Against the Current was still comforting himself. Of course, Qianli's drunk isn't dead. Yi Xiaowu said. How do you know? Even if Qianli's drunk is her current aggro target, if Qianli's drunk dies, her actions will lose direction. Yi Xiaowu said. If that's the case, then we just need to kill Qianli's drunk. Unsworn Sword was pleasantly surprised. Why do you sound like you're surprised? Unchung Mutsu said, didn't we realize that Qianli's drunk isn't easy to deal with, so we decided to kill the NPC to stop his quest? It was Qianli's drunk that refused to fall into our ambush and was shouting outside, so we had no choice but to do this. Now that he's trapped, we should make him our main target. Unsworn Sword's thoughts were clear. Wait, you're saying that the NPC is following in Qianli's drunk footsteps? Against the Current suddenly said. Of course, she'll make some smart decisions based on the attacks around her and counterattack, but the general direction she's moving in won't change. Yi Xiaowu said. Then don't you guys think that she's moving in our direction? Against the Current was shocked. Fuck. Unsworn Sword cried out in shock, only to see a blur in front of him. A black figure had suddenly appeared. Gu Fei. Qianli's drunk. No one would have thought that at this time, he wasn't in a hurry to rush out of the encirclement to continue his quest. Instead, he took advantage of the players being tossed around by Courtney to sneak into the 4 guild masters' headquarters. Teleporting, when Gu Fei suddenly appeared in front of them, it was already too late for them to run. Dual Flame Flash. Gu Fei twisted his body and attacked, no one could dodge it. However, the guild leader level experts all had their own moves, and they were all able to withstand Gu Fei's attack. The pitiful one was Yi Xiaowu. Gu Fei turned around and used Dual Flame Flash once before he died. Gu Fei was very regretful, he didn't even get to say hello. The 4 guild leaders had no intention of exchanging blows with Gu Fei at all. The only reason they had suffered this blow was because Gu Fei had suddenly used instant movement to appear right in front of them. The 4 guild leaders hated the fact that they were standing so close to the others. At this moment, after receiving Gu Fei's attack, they split up and ran in 4 different directions, praying that Gu Fei would go after any of the other 3 guild leaders but not them. The 4 guild masters also happened to have 4 short legs. They all knew that if Gu Fei caught up to them, it would be a matter of time before he could finish. They ran madly for support while looking back to see who would be the unlucky one. Against the Current once again showed that he was the most meticulous. He realized that Gu Fei's sudden attack was not for no reason to show off, this was a quest, an honor kill quest. However, Gu Fei's quest should be Unsworn Sword, against the Current. After thinking about this, he calmed down a bit. The other 3 turned back to see who would be the unlucky one. He turned back to see how Unsworn Sword would be killed. Thus, he saw Qianli drunk, the tip of the sword less than a centimeter away from him. Why me? Against the Current blurted out. Why not you? Gu Fei felt strange. Isn't your quest Unsworn Sword? Against the Current said. It hasn't been for a long time. Gu Fei said gloomily, when I went online today, I didn't know who ambushed me, but I failed the quest, so I had no choice but to switch to you. Against the Current was in tears. Ambushing Gu Fei when he went offline, he was the one who did this. This is an honor kill. Thinking of this, Against the Current's legs turned to jelly. But he did not give up. He tried his best to hold on. He had Ice Shield, he had mana support, he was swept to the ground by Gu Fei's kick. Dual Flame Flash, Lightning Palm, Lightning Art, Fireball Art, Chain Fireball. Gu Fei used all the skills he could use. Against the Current was quite tanky. Ice Shield was a shield with HP, but under Gu Fei's powerful attacks, it was shattered in an instant. Mana Support was a skill that used up mana to cover the damage to HP after being attacked. Mages had more mana than HP, so this skill was very practical. But Against the Current couldn't hold on any longer. He couldn't get help. The damned reeds around him made him disappear from everyone's sight. Even if the priests arrived, they wouldn't be able to use their skills if they couldn't see him. Against the Current's mana wasn't limitless. Moreover, when mana support was in effect, the body's defense coefficient didn't play any role, it was taking 100% of the damage. The only gain from Against the Current was that he completely experienced how strong Gu Fei's attack power was. The white light rose in the end, and Against the Current was killed by an honor kill. The news was announced by the system in the city defense, and there was jubilation. Sword Demon and the others all sent congratulatory messages and asked in surprise how they had killed Against the Current in the middle of the quest. Even Yutian Shinming and the other 2, who were preparing to provide support in the distance, didn't understand. This song didn't seem to be in Gu Fei's plan. Against the Current's support bought time for the other 3 guild leaders. Unchung Mutsu was only 2 more hits away from being completely killed. He rolled and crawled as he ran in the reeds. Unsworn Sword and Black Index Finger weren't much better off. They hid in a panic while praying that Against the Current would die a little slower. The 3 of them had escaped misfortune in the end. If there was a chance, Gu Fei wouldn't mind killing them. Reinforcements were quickly coming over, but Courtney was also quickly arriving. Everywhere she went, there were white lights. She was actually much more impressive than Gu Fei. Gu Fei crouched down and hid in the reeds again, moving when the players couldn't see him. His movement speed didn't seem to slow down because of the change in his posture. This was thanks to Kung Fu. How to roll and move at high speed was a basic lesson in Earth Hall Kung Fu. Gu Fei took this opportunity to show off his skills. Yi Xiaowu was already dead. One of the 4 guild leaders was dead, and the other 3 had narrowly escaped death. They were still in a state of confusion. The players were in a mess, not knowing what to do. Gu Fei appeared and disappeared in the reeds. Every now and then, he would flash to the feet of a player and reap his life. Courtney was an NPC. She didn't need to see Gu Fei to know exactly where Gu Fei was. She followed Gu Fei's movements and rushed out, sweeping everything in her way. When Gu Fei rolled all the way out of the reeds, the players realized that he had already broken through. The players couldn't stop the berserk Courtney at all, and she successfully stepped out of the reeds. Gu Fei sprinted, and Courtney followed behind him effortlessly. She had 3 agility classes, so who knew how fast her movement speed would be, not to mention that she was in a berserk state. They're coming. Yutian Shinming and the other 2 were lying in ambush in the woods on the hillside, and finally saw Gu Fei leading Courtney out of the encirclement. Looks like they don't need help anymore, Shi Xiaotian said as he watched. The classes without agility couldn't catch up to the 2 of them, and those with agility came out to cause trouble. Courtney turned around and scattered. She had agility, but no life. Flowers bloomed, and the reeds were magnificent. This NPC is so strong. If I keep carrying her like this, can she be a pet? Yutian Shinming fantasized. Gu Fei had already run close and called out to the 3 of them, retreat. The 3 of them jumped out of the woods and joined the running team. The people from the 4 major guilds didn't dare to chase after them. Very quickly, Courtney thought that she was out of battle, and immediately stopped moving. She began to exchange lines with Gu Fei again. Where's Angus? Courtney, who had just killed so many people, seemed to still have tears in her eyes. Give me the things. Gu Fei gathered the small pieces of paper from the 3 of them and handed them to Courtney. Ah! Courtney exclaimed. Of course, she recognized what these were. Very quickly, she flipped through the notes that the 2 of them had exchanged back then, and she saw Angus's yearning and confession to himself. Angus, why didn't you come to see me? Courtney was, of course, curious. Because something terrible happened to him, Gu Fei said. Yes, he was dismembered by you, Yutian Shinming complained. Gu Fei sent 2 kicks flying. Courtney didn't care at all and just asked, what happened to him? There seemed to be an accident during the water storage project at the bottom of Yunjiao Lake. Angus, his body was obviously modified. He's no longer a normal human, and he's in pain, Gu Fei said. You're so into it, Shi Xiaotian complained. Gu Fei glared at her. Then where is he now? Courtney asked. Finally, the truth was coming. Gu Fei took a deep breath. He is already dead. Courtney froze and suddenly fell to the ground. Damn, what happened? She died? Was this a vital attack? Gu Fei was anxious and quickly squatted down to check the situation. Does she have any exquisite equipment on her? Can she take it off? Yutian Shinming was also very anxious. Gu Fei stared at him. She should have some rogue equipment, right? I saw her use a dagger at close range, Slender Waist Dance said. You two be quiet. Gu Fei was angry. He tested Courtney's breath like a human and found that she wasn't dead. What do we do now? Do we go find a doctor for her? Gu Fei said. Maybe we can wait for her to wake up on her own, Shi Xiaotian said. We can't wait here, right? Those guys might come back again, Gu Fei said as he forcibly dragged Courtney up from the ground. Let's hide in the forest over there. Shi Xiaotian pointed to the side. Okay. Slender Waist Dance and Yutian Shinming nodded and the 3 of them walked over. Come and help. Gu Fei was furious. He was actually the weakest of the 4. In the forest, Not long after putting Courtney down, she slowly woke up. It seemed like the system didn't dare to set her unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights to waste the player's time. Courtney's face became very pale and her eyes lost their light. She looked at Gu Fei and asked, "How did he die?" The other 3 also looked at Gu Fei to see how he would explain how he cut off someone's arm. Gu Fei was very calm. "I'll take you to see him." "Can the body still be there?" Shi Xiaotian and the others expressed their doubts. "Maybe." Gu Fei said, "Would you guys pick up that disgusting thing?" "Hey, don't say that. It's very pitiful." Slender Waist Dance was angry. "I didn't mean it that way. I'm just stating the facts," Gu Fei said. After leaving the small forest, the 4 of them and the NPC headed in the direction of the cloud mine. The place where Angus was killed was already empty. Gu Fei and the others still hadn't found Angus. The boss-level NPC with 3 major classes had amazing eyesight, or it could be said that with the guidance of the system god, he suddenly sped up and ran in one direction. The 4 of them followed closely. Angus lay quietly on the ground. The severed arm was a bloody mess and his clothes were torn. It was obvious that the players had searched his equipment. Under the torn clothes, his abnormal rotten flesh was revealed. The expression on his face still retained the ferocious expression he had before he died. His hair was like withered grass and his eyes, which hadn't been closed in time, stared blankly at the sky, making people feel his helplessness and sadness. Courtney covered her mouth to prevent herself from making a sound and just quietly cried. She suddenly squatted down and hugged Angus in her arms. She still didn't make a sound. The 4 of them quietly stood behind her. Chapter 752. The 4 of them looked at each other. They didn't know how to talk to the NPC in this situation. Luckily, a quest was still a quest. The system couldn't freeze the screen at this moment and keep loading, right? So after a moment of silence, Courtney finally turned her head. "Are you okay?" Gu Fei asked. He felt that it was a bit funny to have this kind of conversation with an NPC. In the end, he didn't fit in with the atmosphere of the game, so he couldn't get into character. Courtney seemed to understand the meaning behind Gu Fei's concern. She nodded and got up, still hugging Angus tightly in her arms. "What are you going to do?" Gu Fei asked directly. "Find a place to bury Angus." Courtney said softly. "Where to?" Gu Fei asked. "Cloud Suburb Lake." Courtney said. "We still have to go back there." Gu Fei was startled. The meaning behind this sentence was something that Courtney obviously didn't understand. She didn't say anything else and walked in front with Angus' corpse. "What do we do if we run into a battle?" Gu Fei was depressed. The opponent's background was clear. They were from the 4 big guilds. Gu Fei couldn't underestimate the power of their combined numbers. "We don't even need to go to Cloud Suburb Lake. If they chase after us, we'll crash into each other." Yutian Xinming said. "I have a risky idea." Shi Xiaotian said. "Speak." Gu Fei said. "Let Courtney go by herself." Shi Xiaotian said. "Oh." Gu Fei was deep in thought. "Then wouldn't she be killed by the guild? Although she's very strong, I think she's still within the range of players who can kill her. She's not even as strong as Hei's assassin." Yutian Xinming said. "Indeed not." Gu Fei nodded. "If we go together and run into people from the 4 big guilds, they'll think of ways to ruin our quest. But if it's just the NPC, they might think that our quest isn't here anymore. What reason do we have to make things difficult for a powerful NPC?" Shi Xiaotian said. "I'm just afraid they won't think so because of that guy." Gu Fei was worried about Yi Xiaowu. "That guy is from the game company. He's very familiar with the game's mission plot. Just like now, even we don't know if Courtney will have anything to do with us after burying Angus, but he definitely knows." "That's perfect." Shi Xiaotian smiled. "Sometimes, it's not a good thing to know too much. If he thinks that he's infallible, he might even lead himself astray. What do you mean? Gu Fei said. For example, if we don't follow Courtney, then we don't know what we can do next, but he will know. As long as there is a possibility that we can complete the quest without following Courtney, then he will think that we have taken this quest route. He will think that we have changed the direction of the quest, Shi Xiaotian said. What if there isn't such a path? Gu Fei said. Parallel world quests always have a high degree of freedom. Different ways of doing things will lead to different quest routes. This has been proven by many players. Especially for such a complicated quest, it's impossible for it to be a single path. So I think it's entirely possible that there's a twist after this plot. Let's pretend like this. Shi Xiaotian said. Are you two done discussing? Courtney is about to go far. Slim Waist Dance shouted. There's someone over there. Yutian Shinming looked around and found something. Who? Gu Fei asked. It stopped moving. I can barely see it from this distance. I think it's a marksman. It's a marksman who chased after us to observe our movements from afar. Yutian Shinming said. Not a bad chance. Shi Xiaotian said. Gu Fei thought about it and finally nodded. Let's do it this way. So the four of them didn't care about where Courtney went. They pretended that nothing had happened and walked in another direction. Their footsteps were firm and no one looked back. What's going on? There were only the 3 guild leaders left at Cloud Suburb Lake. After Gu Fei's group left, they didn't dare to chase after them too quickly, but they couldn't just let them go like this. After that, the 3 of them sent marksmen to track the direction in which they left. They observed their movements from afar and waited for an opportunity to act. The marksmen all kept their eyesight to the limit to observe. Apart from counting 5 people, they didn't find anything else. The guild leaders kept asking what was going on, and the scouts were a bit annoyed. What could they see from so far away? The guild leaders' orders were to put safety first and just observe from afar. Now that they kept asking, if they didn't go forward and die, what could they find? There were still players who were brave and willing to sacrifice themselves. Just as a small scout was about to continue to follow and find out something even if he died, he suddenly realized that the other party had already split up. There were 4 people on one side and 1 person on the other. One of them was heading in their direction, while the other 4 were heading in another direction. Among the 4, there was a red shirt and a black robe. Of course, Qianli was with them. Guild leader, the latest situation is that they have split up. The news was quickly passed. Split up. What does that mean? 1 person and 4 people have split up. 1 person is heading in our direction, getting closer and closer. It seems like an NPC. The NPC seems to be heading back to Cloud Suburb Lake. Qianli and the rest are not with the NPC. Has the mission been completed? The 3 guild leaders were shocked. Yi Xiaowu said that once the mission was completed, the defending side would be in danger. Where did Qianli and the rest go? Sword Without Oath asked his subordinate. I don't know. Looking at the direction. It seems like they're heading toward the resurrection camp. After making this judgment, the scout was shocked. Fuck. Sword Without Oath jumped. Which resurrection camp? The one in the southwest corner. The defending players of the 2 camps that had been destroyed were too traumatized. When they heard the news, they panicked. Sword Without Oath knew that it was too late for their entire army to return now, so he quickly contacted the other guild leaders and told them that the defending players had made a move again. It seemed like they were preparing to launch a surprise attack on the resurrection camp. He told them to be careful and be prepared. The players were in an uproar. The 2 camps that had been destroyed were the defending players' own doing. At first, they were casually provoked by Gu Fei's sword demon, and the guards of the camps were treated as spies to be killed. Moreover, they were wiped clean. Such a big joke was too embarrassing to say. It was only these two camps that had such a big gap that the defending players took advantage of it. However, the remaining 5 camps were all guarded by elite guards. The defending players did not have many people, so how could they take over the other camps? Although they felt that this matter was exaggerated, no one dared to ignore the news jointly issued by the 3 guild leaders. Therefore, the various guilds dispatched their men to the resurrection camp in the southwest corner. The 3 guild leaders also continued to send out sharpshooters to follow Gu Fei's group of 4 from hundreds of meters away. The 3 guild leaders also knew that the defending players would not be able to take down the remaining 5 resurrection camps with their current strength. However, Qianli's group had such intentions. The 3 of them could not help but suspect that they had obtained some powerful reward from the quest just now. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them thought of what the knowledgeable Hengchen Yixiao had told them. The players of Moonlit Night City have completed the quest and received the help of the werewolf army. Could it be that there are NPCs helping them? The 3 of them looked at each other and shouted almost at the same time. Next, they quickly thought of Courtney's powerful combat strength. Could it be that Qianli's group had successfully obtained a group of forest guards? That would be a devastating blow to the attacking players. Quick! Look around and see if there are any NPCs gathering. The 3 guild leaders quickly began to dispatch their subordinates. The 3 of them did not forget to inform Countercurrent of all this messy news. They heard that this guy had just been killed by an honor kill. He must be in great pain, but there was no way he could escape from his troubles just like that. The 3 of them told Countercurrent half of their intention was to make things worse, to make things even more troublesome for Countercurrent. Did you add that guy as a friend? Unchung Mutsu asked. I'm contacting him, Unsworn Sword said. He knew who the guy Unchung Mutsu was referring to was. Yi Xiaowu, full of confidence, had come to stop Gu Fei again. In the end, he was killed by Gu Fei with a single slash before he could do anything. Yi Xiaowu felt quite depressed. After leaving the resurrection camp, he was slowly returning to Yunjiao Lakeside when he suddenly received a message from Unsworn Sword, asking him about Thousand Miles Drunk's next move. Next step. That depends on how they interact with the NPCs, didn't you send someone to scout? Yi Xiaowu asked. Of course. Currently, Qianli's group of 4 has split up with the NPCs. The NPCs are on their way back to the Cloud's suburb lake, while Qianli's group of 4 is heading to the resurrection camp in the southwest direction, Unsworn Sword said. Yi Xiaowu was startled. Leaving the NPCs and heading to the southwest camp? What kind of plot was this? Were they going to the southwest camp, or were they going somewhere along the way? Yi Xiaowu thought about it carefully, not forgetting to ask, where did they go with the NPCs? They went to the Cloud Mine, Unsworn Sword hurriedly said. Cloud Mine? Could it be? Yi Xiaowu was shocked when he heard this. He then connected the dots to the southwest camp and immediately came to a conclusion. Quick, gather in the direction of the Cloud Mine. Why do we have to go there? Unsworn Sword was startled. What kind of place was this? Listen to me. Yi Xiaowu was full of confidence. Unsworn Sword understood that this kid didn't want to reveal too much information about the mission. However, Unsworn Sword no longer doubted Yi Xiaowu's knowledge. At the Cloud suburb lake, Yi Xiaowu had told them about Courtney's route, and that Qianli's group would definitely come here to find this NPC. Unsworn Sword hurriedly passed on Yi Xiaowu's message to Unchung Mutsu and Black Index Finger. Both of them had the same thought and didn't doubt it at all. The 3 guild leaders hurriedly led their troops to the Cloud Mine. Then why are the 3 of them going to the southwest camp? Unsworn Sword asked. Nothing much. It's just the shortest route back to the city. They're going back to the city to complete a plot, and then they'll head to the Cloud Mine, Yi Xiaowu said. What are they doing? Unsworn Sword asked. Yi Xiaowu didn't reply. Will you die if you say a few more words? Unsworn Sword was depressed. Sorry. Yi Xiaowu was very secretive this time, unlike when he helped the other party complete the mission in Fog City, because he felt that the situation was different this time. In Fog City, Qianli's drunkenness destroyed the other party's interests, so he felt that he could reveal some information to help them make up for it. But now, Yi Xiaowu felt that Qianli's drunkenness was unfair to the other guilds in Cloud City. If he revealed too much information and allowed any guild to benefit from the city war, then it would be unfair to the other guilds. After thinking about it, he felt that he should say as little as possible. The current situation was not bad. As long as the other party realized the danger of Qianli's drunkenness, they would take it seriously and listen to him. If it's the southwest camp, then he'll probably go through the west gate, right? I'll organize some people to ambush him, Unsworn Sword said. That won't be of much help. His current mission has already been completed. You killing him will only save him a few steps. When he returns to the main city, he will receive the next order and still go to the cloud mine. I think you should save this time and quickly go to the cloud mine to make arrangements. Yi Xiaowu suggested. Unsworn Sword accepted this suggestion and urged his subordinates to move quickly. On the way, they would naturally meet up with Courtney. At first, everyone was very scared and prepared to run, but they quickly realized that Courtney was not hostile at all. She was just slowly walking while holding a disgusting corpse. Unsworn Sword hurriedly asked Yi Xiaowu about the situation, but Yi Xiaowu didn't care. According to the mission, don't worry about them. She won't attack you anymore. Yutian, how is it? Is there anyone watching? Gu Fei, who was walking on the road, asked Yutian Shenming about the situation. I'm following, I'm always here, Yutian Shenming said. Still the same people? Yes. This tale is very annoying. Gu Fei said. Why don't we put on another show, Shi Xiaotian said. Oh. Gu Fei looked at her. Shi Xiaotian walked to the leveling area on the side of the road, casually chatted with a player, then returned to the three of them. Let's use teleportation. Oh. What were you doing just now? Gu Fei was confused. Just chatting for a bit, just acting for those guys to see, Shi Xiaotian said. Acting for what? Gu Fei took out the scroll. How strange it is to suddenly fly while walking. Now that there's this process of coming into contact with people, if it was me, I would think, oh, the contact bought a scroll. Shi Xiaotian said. Too cunning. The three of them said in unison. Teleport. Shi Xiaotian didn't think much of it. The four of them teleported away, and the scout quickly reported the scene to the guild master. Sure enough, after the guild master listened to their detailed description and combined it with Yi Xiaowu's deduction, he came to a conclusion. They sped up the process, contacted the seller to trade for a teleportation scroll, and teleported back to the city. We have to hurry. Since they have this kind of thinking, they might even use the teleportation scroll to buy time, Yi Xiaowu said. Unsworn Sword was depressed. Can't you tell us what they're doing in the cloud mine? This. I really can't say. As long as you guys defend the cloud mine to the death and destroy them when they appear, then this line of communication will be broken, Yi Xiaowu said. Unsworn Sword had no choice but to act according to plan. But he had already privately informed the guild's trusted aides. When they reached the cloud mine, they had to dig 3 feet into the ground and study the place thoroughly. The four of them, who had used the scroll, appeared in the barren area again. From here to the cloud lake, there was naturally no disturbance at all. Are you sure they've already left? Gu Fei asked Shi Xiaotian. I'm sure. With so many people, it would be too conspicuous if they left. How many people would see them, Shi Xiaotian said. Then how do you know? If you happen to have some friends who are active in that area, you would also know, Shi Xiaotian said. Then where did they go? Gu Fei asked. How would I know? Listening to the direction of the description, it seems to be in the direction we left, Shi Xiaotian said. It can't be for Courtney, right? I hope not. At this time, Shi Xiaotian couldn't be 100% confident. She just hoped that her plan would work. Of course, her plan worked quite well. When the four of them went back to the Cloud Lake, Hawkeye's Yutian Shenming found Courtney. She was sitting quietly on the hillside, Angus's body lying in her arms. The four of them hurried over. "Look, Angus, your favorite scenery is about to appear." When the four of them came to her side, they heard Courtney speaking softly to Angus. The four of them looked in the direction she was talking to, only to see the sky full of light, reflecting the reeds by the lake in a golden color, but the lake water was orange. When the wind blew, the lake rippled, and the sound of the reeds swaying entered their ears. Courtney had a smile on her face, her hand caressing Angus's face, gently closing his eyes. Slender waist dance's eyes were red, Shi Xiaotian looked elsewhere, and Yutian Shiming's expression made Gu Fei want to kill him. This guy was obviously fantasizing about hugging a beautiful girl and sitting here watching the scenery. In the reeds at the bottom of the hillside, there were some players lying in the middle, not daring to move, anxiously sending messages. "Guild Master, Qianli and the others are back. They're with NPCs now." "What?" The four guild masters were shocked. At this time, Upstream had already run to the cloud mine to meet up with the others. However, the four guild leaders were not so stupid, so they each left some people at the Cloud Lake. This was because this place had become a battlefield in this quest many times, so they felt that they should pay more attention to this area. So, they left some people to observe the situation here. Of course, waiting for an opportunity to contact this Courtney and see if there was any quest was also a very important mission. Who would have thought that in the end, Qianli Drunk came, and watched as Qianli Drunk met up with NPCs again. "What's going on?" The four guild masters all stared at Yi Xiaowu. "You and Qianli Drunk are together?" Unsworn Sword said. "No wonder you're so clear about the quest, exchanging information with Qianli Drunk. Of course you know everything you should know," Against the Current said. "A player with knowledge? You really know how to make our imagination run wild." Unchung Mutsu suppressed his anger. "Cut the crap." Black Index Finger roared. With the four guild masters attacking, Yi Xiaowu didn't even have a chance to explain. Chapter 753. Full speed ahead. Head to the Cloud Suburb Lake. We must stop Qianli's drunken quest at all costs. Their guild leaders' messages echoed in the channel of the four major guilds. Only the higher-ups knew about being tricked by Yi Xiaowu. The four guild leaders felt embarrassed, so they decided not to explain. The players of the four major guilds were digging in the cloud mine when they heard that they had to return to the Cloud Suburb Lake to stop Qianli's drunken quest. They were confused. They vaguely remembered that their guild leader had said that they would stop Qianli's drunken quest at all costs. What are they doing? It was inevitable that some people would ask. "We'll talk after we're done. Hurry up." This was the response they received. The players of the four major guilds poured out of the cloud mine and rushed toward the Cloud Suburb Lake. In the direction of the Cloud Suburb Lake, the moment Angus closed his eyes, the sun had gradually set, and the beautiful scenery could no longer be seen. Courtney hugged Angus tightly in her arms again, but after a moment, as if she had made up her mind about something, she put Angus aside, turned around, and started to dig a hole. "Help!" Gu Fei called out to the three of them. The four of them and one NPC worked together and quickly dug a big hole. Courtney jumped into the hole with Angus in her arms and put him down gently. "Don't tell me you want to bury yourself as well?" Imperial Sky Divine Ming said softly. "No," Gu Fei said. "It's a little crowded with two people." The two girls glared at the two of them. Courtney didn't linger in the hole with Angus this time. She jumped out after she put him down. She stared at the hole and finally sprinkled a handful of soil. "Huh? Should we do something?" Yutian Shinming asked. "Why are you asking me?" Gu Fei said and turned to Courtney. "Do you need help?" Courtney shook her head. Gu Fei shrugged helplessly. The four of them didn't move and watched as Angus's body was slowly covered by the soil. "None of the four great guilds are here. Did they really get tricked?" Gu Fei whispered to Shi Xiaotian. "Yes, they did, but I think they'll be back soon." "You don't think they've all left, do you?" Shi Xiaotian said. "Our place is too conspicuous. Gu Fei looked left and right. This was the best place to enjoy the most beautiful scenery of Yunjiao Lake. At the same time, it could also be enjoyed from any position in Yunjiao Lake, as long as one could see it. There's nothing we can do about it. The NPC picked it. Shi Xiaotian said. Then they might be back soon. Can this woman hurry up? Gu Fei was anxious. There's movement in the reeds, Yutian Shinming suddenly said. You saw it? Gu Fei was delighted. Yutian Shinming nodded. Coordinates. Gu Fei said. Yutian Shinming glared at him. Approximate location. Gu Fei said. Yutian Shinming suddenly had an idea and shot an arrow in that direction. Gu Fei raised his sword and was about to charge forward when Shi Xiaotian said, Of course there'll be people in the reeds. How do you know they're from the 4 great guilds? Gu Fei heard this and was stunned. Ambushing wasn't something the 4 great guilds could do. Couples loved to ambush in the reeds of Yunjiao Lake. Maybe what Yutian Shinming saw was the actions of a couple. I just saw someone moving. Yutian Shinming honestly said, if it's a normal player, there's no need to be so sneaky, right? From time to time, people would get up from the reeds, but they would hold hands and leave. They wouldn't crawl with their bodies exposed. There's no problem with what you saw. The problem is that we can't be sure when we get there. Shi Xiaotian said. It's good to scare them. Gu Fei still raised his sword and went forward. You're bored out of your mind when you're not killing people, right? Shi Xiaotian said. It'll take a while for her to be buried. Gu Fei said. I think we can help now. Shi Xiaotian looked back at Courtney and saw that after the soil covered Angus completely, she sped up her movements. She wasn't as hesitant as before. Let's try. Gu Fei walked forward and sprinkled some soil. Courtney didn't say anything and the 4 of them quickly got to work. Not long after, the soil was covered, and a low mound was piled up on the ground. Just as Imperial God Ming was muttering to himself about whether or not he needed a tombstone, Courtney gently placed the necklace on the mound, took a few steps back, and gazed at it. The 4 of them didn't dare disturb her and could only wait. They waited until Courtney said to them, Thank you. Gu Fei let out a long breath. He guessed that Courtney and Angus's love story had come to an end. What came next should be a derivative of the story, which was what he needed to continue the mission. You're welcome. Gu Fei had actually thought about how to continue the mission. He had already found the entry point. Why did Angus become like this? What's wrong with the water storage and drainage project at the bottom of Yunjiao Lake? Why do you think he's dead? I don't know. Courtney shook her head. This answer was like thunder to the 4 of them. But. Courtney suddenly continued. But. At this moment, Yutian Shinming was so touched that tears streamed down his face. Shut up. Gu Fei stopped him from making any noise and listened to Courtney. My teacher told me about Angus's death. He said there was an accident during the water storage and drainage project, and Angus died at the bottom of the lake. So I came here to become a caretaker. I hope I can stay with him forever. It's good now. I know Angus will always be there. Courtney pointed at the grave. After so many years, she had long felt disheartened. She only had a glimmer of hope when she heard Gu Fei say, Angus is not dead. Although she did not see Angus in the end, compared to the years when she only knew that Angus was at the bottom of the lake, which was unreachable, Courtney actually looked a little satisfied to be able to hold Angus's body in her arms and stay so close to him. But why did Angus become like this? If it wasn't like this, he shouldn't have died. Don't you want to find out the real cause of Angus's death? Gu Fei said. It was obvious that Angus's body had been attacked to death, but Courtney had never asked how he died or who killed him from the moment she found his body. It seemed like she didn't plan to ask either. What's the use of knowing that? All I want is to be with Angus. Although he's dead now, I will always be with him, Courtney said. I lost. Gu Fei had no choice but to tell the truth. Alright, actually we need to find out the cause of Angus's death. Do you have any clues that you can provide? Courtney shook her head. Shi Xiaotian interrupted, you might not be able to ask like this. If she thinks like this, there might be some clues that happened to her, but she won't use these kinds of things as clues to remember. Gu Fei thought for a moment. That cabin by the lake, is it yours? No, that's Teacher Gokino's, Courtney said. Oh. When did he start living here? Tell me about him, Gu Fei hurriedly said. After he told me about Angus's death, I left the teacher and moved to Yunjiao Lake to be a forest caretaker. He often came to Yunjiao Lake to take a walk and visit me. Later, he said he liked the scenery and tranquility here, so he built a cabin. He often came here to do some research, and sometimes he would ask me for help, Courtney said. What kind of research? Gu Fei asked. The teacher said that the water storage and discharge project of Yunjiao Lake was not perfect, and he needed further research to optimize it. Right, in your chat with Angus, you mentioned that you were a little uneasy about the project. What was it? Gu Fei asked. I once accidentally saw the teacher arguing with someone about the project. I've never seen the teacher so angry. I only heard him say that the project was absolutely impossible, but the project still continued after that, so I thought it was a little strange. Later, Angus said that he wanted to use magic to solve some problems in the project. Do you know what it was? I don't know. Courtney shook her head. Gu Fei looked at the other three. Did any of you think of any problems? You've been here for so long, have you tried to find Angus's body from the project at the bottom of the lake? Shi Xiaotian asked. Courtney nodded. The teacher told me not to try, but I still did it secretly. But the entrance to the project seemed to be sealed by magic, and I couldn't get in. How did you dive into the water? Shi Xiaotian asked. There were some special magic tools for diving during the project, and Angus secretly gave some to me, Courtney said. Can you lend it to us? Shi Xiaotian asked. Of course. Courtney nodded. It's in my residence in the forest north of the lake. You can go get it yourself. See. Shi Xiaotian looked at Gu Fei with disdain. If you don't pay attention to what she wants, you won't think of what she wants to do, and you won't be able to dig out the clues in her mind. Diving tools. Are we going to rely on these things to see what's going on in the tunnel at the bottom of the lake? Gu Fei asked. Of course. As for the questions you asked, we'll analyze them as we go. After Shi Xiaotian said this, the four of them left together. Slim Waist Dance looked back and saw Courtney sitting quietly next to Angus's grave. Enemy sightings ahead. Yutian Shinming suddenly pointed at the hillside, and the four of them looked up. The people from the four major guilds had finally arrived. Of course, not all of them. Even though their opponent was 1,000 miles drunk, the four guild leaders still mustered their courage to form a fast-moving vanguard team when they thought about how the mission would fail if the enemy completed it. After sprinting all the way, they finally arrived at Yunjiao Lake first. Gu Fei was eager to fight with his sword, but Shi Xiaotian stopped him. Don't fight if you don't have to. If anything happens to you, wouldn't it be a pity if you fail the mission? Gu Fei thought about it and agreed, so for the sake of the bigger picture, the four of them chose to run. In the entire Cloud City, there wasn't a better place to hide than the bank of Yunjiao Lake. The four of them entered the reeds together, and as soon as they bent down, they couldn't see anything outside. Head north. Gu Fei said. If we swim directly from here, it's the north side. Slim Waist Dance had experience. I don't mind. Shi Xiaotian said. Yutian Shinming imagined the scene of the two beauties soaking wet and revealing their curves. His nose was about to bleed, and he desperately nodded his head. I'll cover you guys. Gu Fei said. Why are you so uncooperative? Shi Xiaotian criticized. I don't know how to swim. Gu Fei said. The three of them froze. What? Is it strange that you don't know how to swim? Gu Fei wasn't happy. That's it. You three swim over, and I'll block here. Just now, it was Cheat Zetian and Courtney, so I think you can continue with the plot. You guys go over and take the items. Gu Fei said. Humph. You still want to stay here and kill people, don't you? Shi Xiaotian said. The terrain is pretty good. Gu Fei said. Then we're going. Shi Xiaotian said. Hurry. Gu Fei pushed the three of them behind him, and suddenly jumped out of the reeds. He threw out an AoE spell and yelled, I'm going to kill people. If it's fine, dodge. This spell and yell shocked countless players. Everyone craned their necks to look left and right. Yutian Shinming looked back and couldn't help but sigh. A 1-to-1 ratio of male to female. This is such a rare scene in the game. The shocked players didn't know what was going on. They were very close to Gu Fei and noticed that he was the one making a ruckus. They hurriedly asked, Brother, what's going on? Hurry, they're going to PK, look. Gu Fei pointed at the 4 guilds' advanced troops running down the hill. Why are they going to PK again? The players at Cloud's suburb Lakeside had been trained many times, so they weren't surprised by this scene. They all cooperated and left the scene. Everyone ran all over the place. Shi Xiaotian looked back and said, There's no need to swim. They'll just run away in the chaos. Although they were swimming in a straight line, swimming wasn't as fast as usual. They walked around the lakeside. Although it was far away, it was faster. Hey, take this chance to leave. Slender Waist Dance yelled at Gu Fei. You guys go. I'll cover you. Gu Fei yelled. He wants to stay here and PK, fly away. Shi Xiaotian cursed. If you die, the mission will fail. Slender Waist Dance yelled. Don't worry. I won't die even if you die. Gu Fei patted his chest confidently. Previously, he had demonstrated the power of the Earth Hall Kung Fu. He realized that Cloud's suburb Lakeside was a good place for him to fight against multiple enemies. He was only afraid of the enemy's mages. However, the enemy's mages hadn't arrived yet. The 3 of them retreated along with the couple that had scattered. Many people noticed that Yutian Shinming had 2 pretty girls with him and looked at him with envy. Yutian Shinming immediately noticed their gazes and understood their thoughts. He was proud of himself and didn't want to expose them. The advance troops arrived like a gust of wind. Gu Fei stood in the reeds, afraid that the enemy wouldn't know where he was. Seeing that they were close, he lowered his body and disappeared into the grass. However, the 4 guilds were experienced and didn't dare to be rash. Qianli could hide and run when he was drunk, but he had to make such a big commotion. It was very suspicious. They immediately reported the situation to the guild leader and asked for instructions. Another diversion. The 4th guild leader was very alert after falling into the trap. Where are the others with him? I don't know. Damn, why didn't you keep a closer eye on them? I knew it was going to be a PK, so all the lovers ran out. It was a mess. I couldn't keep an eye on them. The members of the advance party were innocent. In such a situation, why didn't Qianli take advantage of the chaos and leave? The 4th guild leader had a headache. They couldn't guess Gu Fei's intentions. Is it a bluff, or does he have a reason to stay? There were also core players from various guilds in the advance party, such as 4C's Reflection of Time, and Drinking and Singing Fan Xiling. At this time, they were all gathered together, discussing the intentions behind 1,000 Miles Drunk's move. Hundreds of agility class players stopped outside the reeds and stared at the reeds. They didn't dare to make any rash moves. The 3 people mixed in with the lovers had already run far away. Looking back, the other party didn't dare to move forward and foolishly stopped outside the reeds. What are those idiots doing? Yutian Shinming was puzzled. They're confused. I think they don't know what our intentions are. Shi Xiaotian laughed. Ignore them. Let's go get the quest item. Diving magic equipment. I wonder what it is. Slender Waist Dance said. Isn't the biggest problem with diving difficult to breathe? It's probably something that makes breathing easier after using it. Shi Xiaotian said. That's pretty fun. Slender Waist Dance said. Let's go. The three ignored Gu Fei and ran. Gu Fei crouched in the reeds in loneliness. He waited and waited, but no one came. The four major guilds had already suffered from Gu Fei's unpredictability in the reeds. They wouldn't play with him this time. They had decided to wait for the mages to come and bombard the area. As for the advance party, they would shoot from afar if they had nothing to do. Gu Fei had no choice but to stand out. Why don't you come in? Whoosh 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 whoosh. What answered him were countless arrows. Gu Fei hurriedly crouched and teleported to another place. Looking back, he saw another wave of arrows biting at where he had just been like locusts. No one was willing to enter the reeds. Gu Fei's game couldn't continue. He helplessly took out a teleportation scroll. White light flashed. An idiot in the advance party cheered. Qianli got drunk and was killed. What the hell? Did someone attack that way? Someone immediately cursed back. What's going on? The four guild leaders were all tensed up. He escaped with a teleportation scroll, someone reported. We're in trouble. The four guild leaders were dumbfounded. Now that they had completely lost track of the other party, who knew where their mission was headed? It's all that bastard's fault. Sword Without an Oath was, of course, talking about Yi Xiaowu. Yes. That bastard. The other three echoed. Yi Xiaowu crouched alone in the 17th zone. He had been killed. Such an unarmed little Mu had fooled the four guild leaders. How could the four let him go so easily? Before sending him back, they had already informed the guilds. So the moment Yi Xiaowu's resurrection point appeared, he became the target of a frenzy of attacks. 25 times happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Xiaowu wanted to send a message to explain, but the guild leaders had already deleted him. Yi Xiaowu knew that Qianli got drunk was the next step of their mission, but he didn't have the strength to stop it. The four major guilds had the strength to sabotage the mission, but they didn't know what Qianli got drunk's next step would be. That was how tragedies were made. Chapter 754. Uncheng Mutsu and his guild were being ostracized by the three major guilds, and he was indignant about it. However, he didn't dare to argue with them. After all, he only had one life left. If the three major guilds pretended to be ruthless and killed him, it would be another 800 years before he could clear his name. However, with the help of his spies in the three major guilds, Uncheng Mutsu clearly knew what the three guilds had done. Uncheng Mutsu, who had been suspicious of Yi Xiaowu and couldn't work together with the three guilds, suddenly thought of Yi Xiaowu's erroneous guidance. Since Yi Xiaowu could still be trusted, the erroneous guidance was only because he was misled by drunk Qianli and the others. The erroneous judgment was that there had to be some important quest clues in the cloud mine. There was no doubt about that. Therefore, Moody of Cloud Central immediately led his trusted subordinates to search the area thoroughly, taking on the aura of digging 3 feet into the ground. However, even when water-breaking arrow and reflection of years arrived, they still couldn't find any clues. Fuck. As soon as reflected years stepped into the cloud mine, he immediately recognized the players from Muyun Guild. He was a smart person and immediately figured out what Uncheng Mutsu wanted to do. However, when he saw these players still busy searching, reflected years smiled. This meant that these players hadn't found anything yet. Broken Arrow's expression became much more serious. After looking in a certain direction, he called out to Reflected Years, "Over here." The two of them disguised themselves as ordinary questing players and snuck into the crowd. However, this clue was Uncheng Mutsu's last hope. He had already reminded everyone to pay attention to the players with unknown origins. Reflected Years and Broken Arrow were newcomers, and they didn't wear badges and had their faces covered. There was nothing more suspicious than this, and Muyun Guild's people had already kept a close eye on them. Don't alert them. Unchung Mutsu instructed, pretend that you don't care about them and let them do their thing. Kill them after we figure out what they're up to. Understood. Broken Arrow and Reflected Years walked in the crowd. Obviously, Broken Arrow knew where to go from Yi Xiaowu. He didn't take any detours and went straight to the point. However, when the target area was right in front of him, Broken Arrow suddenly stopped and stared ahead in surprise. What's wrong? Reflected Years came up to him and asked. Water-Breaking Arrow didn't answer, but pointed his finger forward. It was one of the mines in the mine, and Muyun Guild's people had dug a huge hole at the entrance. We can't get through. Reflected Years was confused. No, the thing should be in that pit. Water-Breaking Arrow pointed at the pit and said. No. Reflected Years was stunned. The place where the things were hidden had been dug to this extent, which meant that the things should have been picked up by someone. But if that was the case, why were the people from Mudcloud Guild still digging here? Anything else? Time's Reflection asked Water-Breaking Arrow. Remembered. And Muyun. Edited Rain, and Chen. Thought. Water-Breaking Arrow shook his head. It shouldn't be because they were careless that they didn't discover it. I'm afraid it means that someone dug out the things here before them. Who? I don't know. Maybe it's a player from a random guild, said Broken Arrow. I don't know. Maybe it's a random guild quest player. Water Arrow said. Damn. What should we do? We don't have a choice. At least they're from a guild. Maybe we can contact other guilds and find them, said Broken Arrow. Seeing such an important quest fall into the hands of a random guild, Reflection Years was extremely depressed. Unfortunately, if they didn't carry out this quest, the whole side would lose. No one would benefit from it. Right now, they could only hope that this guild was so small that it couldn't be any smaller. Perhaps they could give them something more suitable in exchange for this quest. Reflected Years was about to contact Unsworn Sword to explain the situation, but the players from Muyun Guild suddenly surrounded them. Unchung Mutsu received a report that the two players had suddenly stopped. It seemed like they were plotting something. Unchung Mutsu lost his patience and decided to show his cards. Walking up, Unchung Mutsu looked at the two masked players and asked, "Who are you?" Looking at the situation, Reflection Years pulled down his mask and smiled. It's me. What about him? Unchung Mutsu looked at Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow also took off his mask. Unchung Mutsu saw that it was him and was even more sure of his deduction. He nodded, looks like I'm right. There's a key quest here, right? More accurately, it's the quest item. You didn't find it? Now wasn't the time to waste time. Hee, we're waiting for your guidance, said Unchung Mutsu. Broken Water Arrow shook his head regretfully and pointed. It should have been there. Really? Unchung Mutsu looked around, who's in charge there? A player immediately came over, it's our group, but we didn't find anything. Did you check carefully? Of course. There's absolutely no mistake. The player was very confident. Unchung Mutsu also knew him. He was a reliable guy, so he looked at Broken Arrow and Reflected Years in confusion. Then what's going on? It's very simple. Someone dug out the quest item before you guys. There's no time now. We have to find this person quickly. To be able to take the quest item from here, it should be a quest player from some guild. Quickly mobilize all the guilds in the city and find this person, said Broken Arrow. To be honest, he and Yi Xiaowu didn't care which guild would complete the quest. They were more worried because of the information they revealed. There would be a guild that would gain a lot of benefits. This made Yi Xiaowu struggle for a long time. However, Yi Xiaowu still felt that if Qianli completed the quest while drunk, it would lead to the collective failure of Cloud City's siege players. This was an even more disharmonious and unbalanced ending. So, in the end, he chose to reveal the information and let the siege players skip levels to complete the quest to stop Qianli from getting drunk. Perhaps this was also a kind of imbalance, but Yi Xiaowu felt that he had no other choice. Fuck. Unchung Mutsu didn't think that he would be busy for nothing. There was actually someone who got ahead of him. But there were still people who were doubtful. Why would a normal quest player dig that place? It's just a hole. There's no reason to dig it no matter what. Broken Arrow also couldn't explain this problem. For a normal player to be able to dig this hole, it was like how Qinli found the underwater cave after getting drunk. They needed to complete the quest and get step-by-step hints to be able to do so. If they really dug it by accident, it could be said that they were unimaginably lucky. However, even if a normal player dug the quest item, there would be no hints because there was no early quest plot. They wouldn't know how to use the item. This was also the problem that the three guild leaders were puzzled about. How could the quest directly skip to the last step to complete? Although they could directly proceed to the last step, if it wasn't for someone like Yi Xiaowu who completely knew the quest plot, how would a normal player know how to proceed even if they stood at the last step of the quest without the quest hints and deductions from the plot? Now isn't the time to explain this. Let's find this person first. If we don't stop him, once Qinli gets drunk, the attacking side will lose. Broken Arrow said. How much time do we have? Reflected Years asked. Less than an hour. Broken Arrow said. Fuck, can we make it in time? Reflected Years was already prepared to find Unsworn Sword and send a message. Unchung Mutsu was like a block of wood. He had no idea what his guild should do next. He had lost all direction. Hello everyone. At this moment, someone suddenly appeared at the top of the mine and waved at everyone. Everyone raised their heads. Reflected Year's face immediately turned ashen. He suddenly felt that this might be a tragedy. Han family young master. The person who appeared at the top of the mine was the hated Han family young master, second only to Qinli in the child elite group. Although he seemed to be on the side of the attacking side in this city war, this didn't change the perception of the players who had interacted with him. This person was truly the kind of person who made people hate him. If drunk Qianli stood on the attacking side and helped them kill people, all the guilds would definitely love him. However, Han family young master didn't. No matter what he did, everyone's first reaction when they saw him was, fuck, it's this hateful person again. Why are you here? Reflected Years shouted. He found that his voice seemed to be trembling a bit. Wherever Han family young master appeared, there would usually be a hidden conspiracy. You guys seem to be looking for something. Han family young master smiled from ear to ear. He would also smile when needed. Fuck, everyone said in unison. They had already realized what had happened. Why is this happening? Reflected Years seemed to be asking the heavens. Because I've been paying attention to your movements. You've been running all over the place, aren't you? Han family young master said. Water-breaking Arrow's face was ashen. The item had actually fallen into the hands of Han family young master. Were they going to be defeated by Qianli again? You can't be the one who found it, right? Just you alone. Unchung Mutsu's mind was still clear. The Cloud's suburb mine wasn't that small. Even if Han family young master noticed their movements, he wouldn't know the exact location of the quest item. He didn't have enough time to find it by himself. Of course I'm not alone. Han family young master smiled. Gu Xiaoshang and the players from Colorful Clouds finally appeared in the surroundings. I heard that there's no time. Shouldn't we hurry up? Han family young master asked. Water-breaking Arrow was helpless. Although he managed to stop Qianli's drunkenness with Colorful Cloud's help, why did he feel like he was being used? Han family young master stood on top and stared at him. His expression was one of mockery. Mockery wasn't the style of Han family young master. He had to say something. How is it, comrade Broken Arrow? Hurry up and take us there. Aren't you in a hurry to reconcile with someone? Water-breaking Arrow clenched his teeth. This wasn't being used, this wasn't being used. He told himself that. However, Han family young master's feedback was telling him that they were in a hurry to reconcile with Qianli's drunkenness, but they were being played by other players. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Reflected Years looked at the bigger picture. Although he hated Han family young master, he heaved a sigh of relief when he found out that the quest fell into the hands of colorful clouds. He was worried that Han family young master would be on the same side as Qianli's drunkenness. That's why he wouldn't give the quest to them no matter what. Water-breaking Arrow was hesitating and struggling. Although he knew that revealing this information would benefit one of the guilds, he had no choice but to reveal the information to Rosy Cloud in such a way. After putting the cart before the horse, the initiative was no longer in his hands. His and Yi5's information was nothing more than pawns for the other party to pursue the guild's interests. This was an extremely unpleasant feeling. There's no other way. In order to make it fair for more players, Qianli's drunkenness has to be suppressed. It can't be helped that we're being used. Let's not be so calculative. Yi Xiaowu said. Water-breaking Arrow gritted his teeth and finally nodded, let's go. We have teleportation scrolls here. We're closer to the destination. Those who want to receive the quest, come with us. There are enough people over there. Seeing that the situation was as Han family young master had predicted, Gu Xiaoshang couldn't help but say, you're too sinister. Sinister? From the moment I saw that Hengchen Yixiao appear, I knew he was up to something again. Other than using the game's settings that he was familiar with, what else could he do? Wherever he walked, there would be a trace. This sentence was perfect for him. The place where he would lead his team to must be the key to some quest. Seeing how eager he was to torment Qianli's drunkenness, this quest would have a huge impact. A two-way quest naturally means that both sides have a chance to benefit. If we can get it, we'll get it. Although we don't know how to do it, God will guide us. Amen. Han family young master said as he met up with water-breaking Arrow with Gu Xiaoshang. He brought a few more people with him. As for who had the quest item, no one said. Water-breaking Arrow and Reflection of Years didn't ask either. Even if the quest item could be dropped by killing people, they couldn't just snatch it. Who would have the time to do that? After a few people stood together, Uncheng Mutsu stood alone with his companions. He had mixed feelings. Seeing that these guys were about to go on the quest, he felt very depressed. He wanted to order them to kill them all and ruin the quest. However, looking at Rosy Cloud Space's formation, he knew that they were prepared. Even if they started fighting, they wouldn't be able to kill the key person immediately. They were about to teleport away, so what was the point of tormenting them? Guild Master Mu Yun, do you want to go with us? Reflection of Years had 3 scrolls, so there was still space. Seeing that Uncheng Mutsu was standing at a loss, he should have been gloating. However, he suddenly felt pity for him. Everyone had been working together, but they had gained nothing. Their goal was to prevent 1,000 miles of drunkenness from destroying the entire attacking party. At first, they might have thought that they could benefit from this, but now it was nearing the end. Other than Rosy Cloud Space, the other guilds had all become Lei Feng's. Uncheng Mutsu's losses were especially heavy. With only 1 life left, he didn't dare to go out without being protected by dozens of people, no need. You guys go. Uncheng Mutsu had enough of being Lei Feng's. He didn't want to get involved anymore. So be it, he thought. The teleportation portal flashed, and the 3 scrolls sent 12 people away. Unsworn Sword and the others were already waiting. They had already heard the news from Reflection of Years. Countercurrent and Black Index Finger didn't have any benefits, so they didn't feel anything when they switched to another guild. Instead, they were happy for Unsworn Sword. It was natural that Unsworn Sword was depressed. Although the one who benefited was Gu Xiaoshang, the quest was too big, and Unsworn Sword was reluctant to give it up. But no matter what, the quest didn't change according to his will. At least he didn't have to worry about it. At this moment, he didn't seem to care, and went over to Gu Xiaoshang with a generous face. The atmosphere was relatively harmonious. Having reached this point, the various guild leaders were relieved to have reached this point. There was no benefit in competing. They should quickly get rid of Qianli. Otherwise, not only would they not benefit at all, but the city defense would benefit too much. There were only a few guilds, and they would split the benefits. Moreover, the guild was led by powerful people like Drunk Qianli and Sword Demon. If they rose up, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. The guild leaders' thoughts were actually quite farsighted. They didn't only consider the gains and losses of the city war. Wasn't the benefits of the city war for the sake of the guild's future development? Drunk Qianli's new guild had to be suppressed. Needless to say, the major guilds had already reached a consensus on this. At this moment, only Broken Arrow was feeling extremely depressed, especially when Han family young master turned to look at him from time to time and smiled coldly. Broken Arrow was trying very hard not to kill this guy. Who has the item? If it's possible, I hope it's a fast one. We'll go first and open up the passage. Everyone else, follow behind. Broken Arrow said expressionlessly. Gu Xiaoshang nodded. An archer walked out from beside him. This archer was called Wing. He wasn't a particularly eye-catching character in Cloud Field, but when they were searching the Cloud Mine, he happened to dig up the item, so it was handed over to him for safekeeping. What is it? Unsworn Sword and the others still didn't know and couldn't help but ask. In the end, even Gu Xiaoshang and Wing shook their heads. They still didn't know what the item was. It's a component of an explosive device. There's an abandoned waterway here that's separated from the outside by a wall. If we blow it up, we'll be able to enter. Broken Arrow said. It's the place where Drunk Qianli entered. Unsworn Sword and the others asked. Broken Arrow nodded. Where is that? Cloud City's water system hub. Broken Arrow said. Chapter 755. What Yi Xiaowu knew was only the formal process of the quest. He thought that Gu Fei and the others would eagerly dive into the quest after they got the magic bubble. He did not expect that they would go to Courtney to ask how to use it. He completely ignored the player's thoughts, so the misunderstanding occurred again. Water-breaking Arrow still didn't know that Gu Fei and the others had gone to Courtney's side. He only noticed that the 3 guild masters beside him suddenly had a strange look on their faces. What's wrong? Water-breaking Arrow asked quickly. He was also a clan with combat experience, and he could see the 3 guild masters' suspicion of him. He was surrounded by a group of players who could kill him at any time, so when he saw that the situation wasn't right, he asked first. Qianli got drunk and talked to Courtney again. You brat, you're luring us away again, aren't you? The 3 guild masters were very angry, and raised their hands to get rid of Water-breaking Arrow. Then where are they now? Water-breaking Arrow saw that the situation was critical, and he didn't have time to explain too much, so he directly found a very important question to get the other party's attention. The 3 guild masters were startled, and quickly asked the spy over there. The spy reported that the direction Qianli's group and Courtney were heading after talking to each other was where they were going to ambush. The 3 guild masters' expressions softened a little, and Water-breaking Arrow was relieved to see that. Fortunately, his question was straight to the point, or else they would have returned to the rebirth camp. They probably went to find Courtney because they want to know something, but the formal, necessary, and decisive quest plot is here, and they have to come here to complete it. Water-breaking Arrow seized the opportunity to explain clearly. After all, doing quests is subjective. What I'm telling you is the next stage that 1,000 miles drunk and the others have to go through. As for where they'll go to kill a few monsters, or go offline to have a meal, or talk to Courtney, how would I know? Water-breaking Arrow continued to speak. The 3 guild masters' expressions finally relaxed completely, and he nodded. He went against the flow and asked, then what about the previous time? That was obviously a checkpoint with a branch quest. Qianli's group's actions misled us, or maybe they did it on purpose. Anyway, we were fooled, Water-breaking Arrow said. Water-breaking Arrow said, but this time, it won't happen again. At this stage of the mission, there is only one choice. We also hope that you are right. Unsworn Sword nodded. The three guilds had nearly 3,000 players, and they waited quietly in the reeds. On this day, the players who wanted to have a little romance in the reeds were unlucky. They moved from the east to the west, and from the west to the south. In the end, these guys who fought in the city war just wouldn't give them a peaceful environment. Seeing that this group of people belonged to the three great guilds, the players could only curse inwardly and continue migrating. Gu Fei and the other three headed toward the spot where he had dived last time. They didn't let down their guard. Although they had shaken off their pursuers with the help of the teleportation scrolls, the locations of the quest were all fixed. With Yi Xiaowu playing dirty tricks in the dark, the three major guilds might have already set up an ambush. Anyone with half a brain could figure this out. What's more, he had just run into a couple who were in love and had indignant expressions on their faces. When he went up to them and asked around, the three guilds' ambush was completely exposed. This was something the three major guilds couldn't do anything about. After all, they couldn't just kill everyone to silence them, right? That would be too bad of an influence. They could only ask for these people's understanding and cooperate with them to hide and change locations. In the end, some people were so resentful that they didn't want to continue playing here. When they left Yunjiao Lake, they were met by Gu Fei and the others. Shi Xiaotian was good at reading people's expressions. Seeing that these people's expressions were strange, he went up and asked around. As expected, they already know our next step. That side has already been locked down. Shi Xiaotian said to the three of them. While Gu Fei was thinking, Slender Waist Dance suddenly said, "The place we're going to is underwater, right?" Gu Fei nodded. Then why must we go from this side of the shore? We can go by water. Slender Waist Dance said. There's no boat, and I don't know how to swim. Gu Fei was helpless. I'll go. Give me the scroll. Slender Waist Dance said. You just want to play with the scroll, right? Gu Fei said. Only an idiot would want to play with that big doll scroll of yours. Give me a teleportation scroll. I'll swim over there and make the coordinates. When the time comes, you can just teleport over, right? Slender Waist Dance said. Hey, it's rare for you to be so smart. Gu Fei was pleasantly surprised. Slender Waist Dance flew over with a kick. Gu Fei dodged and gave her a teleportation scroll. Shi Xiaotian said from the side, since we're going to swim over, why don't we just bring him over? There's no problem with stamina consumption in the game, so it shouldn't be hard to bring one person, right? You still have to be very good at swimming, right? Gu Fei said. I can swim from here to there. You're saying I'm not good at swimming? Slender Waist Dance said angrily. Are you sure it's okay? Gu Fei asked. If there's a problem, I'll drown you. I'm fine with it anyway. Slender Waist Dance said. There are so many scrolls. Let's make one here. Then, Sister Slender Waist Dance will swim over and make the coordinates. Then, we'll teleport back and give the scroll to Qianli. Qianli will teleport over directly. It's actually faster. Yutian Shinming said. 1,000 for a scroll. You guys are really generous. Shi Xiaotian said. Han family young master's money. Yutian Shinming mumbled. This time, Gu Fei actually didn't criticize him because he felt that using the scroll this way was very valuable. If it was valuable, then it wasn't a waste. But I suggest we change places. Shi Xiaotian said. Why? I think Courtney must have their eyes on us. They've probably already found out what we're doing here. If we swim over and make the coordinates, they'll be on guard if they see us, right? Shi Xiaotian said. If you put it like that, then it'll be difficult. Who knows where else the four big guilds have their eyes on us. If we change places, we definitely won't be discovered. Gu Fei said. At least here, I think we'll definitely be discovered. Shi Xiaotian said. Gu Fei thought about it and finally nodded. Let's change places. We'll first leave the observation range of these reeds and take a detour. The four of them left just like that. Shi Xiaotian wasn't wrong. Courtney's eyes had been secretly following the four of them. They saw their movements from afar and immediately reported to the guild leader when they saw the four of them suddenly turn around. Fuck, what's going on? The three guild leaders didn't rashly suspect the water-breaking arrow this time and instead discussed it with him. What did they think of? What else did they do? The three guild leaders asked their eyes. They exchanged a few words with the players over here. The eye reported. Fuck, these bitches. The three guild leaders immediately thought that these men and women had betrayed their actions and cursed angrily. Looks like these guys purposely ran off to play somewhere else after knowing that we're guarding here. Unsworn Sword said. Follow them. On the other side, the three guild leaders all sent sharpshooters to monitor from afar. But this time was different from last time. Last time, Gu Fei and the others had purposely let the other side notice their movements and mislead them. But this time, they didn't want to expose their whereabouts at all. It was actually very difficult for sharpshooters to maintain 100-meter surveillance. The few of them hurriedly came out of the reeds to find Gu Fei and the others, but they couldn't find any traces of them. Reporting, they're gone. The eye reported regretfully. No matter what, they'll definitely come to this place. Breaking Arrow reassured the guild leaders. We know that. The three guild leaders said. But when will they come? If they don't come, are we just going to keep watching here? The goal of the three guild leaders was the siege war. They came to guard Qianli's drunk because they were afraid that the siege war would be completely lost. To be honest, their current task was to save the siege guilds in Cloud City. But they didn't want other guilds to interfere because they were looking forward to eliminating Qianli's drunk arrow. Then, they could take over this two-way quest from him and lead the siege guilds to the final victory. It was already annoying enough to have two guilds around each of them, and no one wanted to attract more. After Cloud Central's Moody was killed by Courtney, the three of them quickly got rid of him, which showed how much they cared about him. They were in a difficult position. The three of them were really depressed. They realized that every time they fought with 1,000 Miles drunk, they would find themselves in a difficult situation where they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Qianli's drunk arrow and the others only have 4 people. There's no need to use so many people. Everyone, leave some of your elites. The rest of you go do what you need to do. Water-breaking arrow suggested. You're quite arrogant. Have you fought with Qianli's drunk arrow before? The three guild leaders looked at Water-breaking arrow and felt that he didn't know his place. Water-breaking arrow said shamefully, we fought twice when the number of people was about the same, and we lost. Yeah, we're not surprised. Unsworn Sword patted Water-breaking arrow. He felt that this kid was too pretentious. Looking at him, it was as if he wouldn't lose even if he had more people. The three guild leaders felt a lot of pressure as their opponents, who would always lose despite having hundreds more people than 1,000 Miles drunk, felt a lot of pressure. I think with the standard of normal players, 100 people is enough to deal with Qianli's drunk arrow. Water-breaking arrow said. Brother, you're not joking, right? The three guild leaders stared at Water-breaking arrow. Of course not, but the condition is that you have to follow my arrangements and listen to my commands. Water-breaking arrow said. Just who are you? Seeing this person act so pretentiously, the three guild leaders couldn't help but ask about his background. I'm someone with real battle experience. I've been in the army. Water-breaking arrow said. Oh. And I've fought with Qianli's drunk arrow many times. I have some experience. Water-breaking arrow said. You said that your numbers are about the same. What's the situation? The three guild leaders suddenly became interested. Oh, it's me and my group of comrades. Qianli's drunk arrow is him and his friends. Child elite group and Jian Nanyu's group. Water-breaking arrow said. Brother, do you have a guild? Unsworn Swords suddenly became enthusiastic. What about your brothers? What are they busy with? Going against the flow wasn't slow either. Our guild has a lot of empty spots. Black Index Finger said. Water-breaking Arrow laughed bitterly, they're very busy. They're not here anymore. Water-breaking Arrow's comrades were all middle-aged men. Each of them had to take care of their families and didn't have much time to immerse themselves in the game. Moreover, they weren't interested in the game. They were only invited by Water-breaking Arrow and put down what they were doing to play for a while. In the end, they didn't complete their mission. If they continued to play, their lives would be replaced by the game. These adults would obviously have mature choices. What a pity. What about you, brother? The three asked. I'll talk about it. Water-breaking Arrow said vaguely. That's fine. Brother, let's fight this battle together. Unsworn Sword's heroic spirit came back. Then, we'll choose 100 people from our guild for you to command. Going against the flow expressed his trust. My guild's people are all here. You can choose whichever one you want. Black Index Finger said with confidence. Water-breaking Arrow nodded and chose the jobs he needed from each of the three guilds. Then, he started to make arrangements in the reeds. The three guild leaders had some doubts at first, but Water-breaking Arrow knew what they were thinking. As he made arrangements, he explained. Gradually, the three's doubts disappeared. They realized that Water-breaking Arrow really did have tactical skills that normal players didn't have. The three of them relaxed. Just in case, they chose another 100 people. Having more people was never a bad thing. The rest of them were sent to attack the city or do quests. In short, they couldn't give up on the points they could get in the city war. Gu Fei's group of 4, after sending out scouts, circled around the perimeter. In the end, Slender Waist Dance suggested, you guys don't need to go. I'll sneak over and attack directly. Then, I'll swim over and give you the coordinates on the scroll. That way, no one will notice, right? Can I sneak in the water? Gu Fei asked. I've never tried it before. Slender Waist Dance said, but I can swim in the beginning. Or, you can give me a bubble scroll. Big Head Doll scroll isn't fun. Gu Fei said. TCH Slender Waist Dance looked at him in disdain. Give me the teleportation scroll. Gu Fei took 2 of them. He marked one of them as a coordinate and gave it to Slim Waist Dance. Wait for me. Slender Waist Dance stealthily walked towards the reeds. Gu Fei's group didn't show themselves. They hid in the back and waited for the result. You can sneak in the water too. So cool. After a while, Slender Waist Dance sent her first message. Then, pretty girl, hurry up and go. Gu Fei said. I'll swim a bit further before speeding up. Slender Waist Dance replied. When she sneaked in the water, her speed was so slow that it made people's hair stand on end. Slender Waist Dance swam 100 meters away from the shore before canceling her sneak state. She began to swim towards the coordinates that Gu Fei had given her. Half an hour later, Slender Waist Dance swam to the designated location. From there, she could see the reeds on the shore. It was extremely quiet. I'm here. Slender Waist Dance said. Now, make the coordinates. Slender Waist Dance said as she took out another scroll and made the coordinates. Suddenly, arrows were shot from the shore, and it was 5 in a row. Slender Waist Dance's reactions were fast, but her movements in the water really weren't fast. She only dodged 1 arrow and took 4 in a row. More archers appeared from the reeds on the shore. There were also a few mages. Unfortunately, Slender Waist Dance's position was out of their mages' attack range. However, there were still some brave warriors. Several people immediately jumped into the lake and approached Slender Waist Dance. Slender Waist Dance wouldn't be killed by Water-breaking Arrow's 5 consecutive shots. However, the second round of arrows had already arrived. She didn't want to continue fighting. After taking a deep breath, she dove into the bottom of the lake. She's swimming to the bottom. Shouts came from the shore. Water-breaking Arrow was also wiping off his sweat. He said to the person beside him, "Thank you for reminding me. I actually forgot that she could directly go through the water." Jiang Jin smiled but didn't say anything. It was his previous experience of falling into the lake that gave him an idea. Otherwise, normal players wouldn't have the awareness to fight in the water. We have to chase after her. Water-breaking Arrow also jumped into the water. Those around him who knew how to swim all followed suit. Did you get the boat? On the other side, Time Reflected kept urging. Not yet. There were a few boats on the shore of Cloud Suburb Lake. This was a revelation that Unhindered received when he passed by Waterside City during his expedition. Although the muddy and reedy environment of Cloud Suburb Lake couldn't create the beach market of Waterside City, it was still quite attractive to go boating on the lake. Unhindered's guild leader, Unsworn Sword, who had fallen into the river of love and couldn't extricate himself from it, had been thinking about this matter for a long time. In the end, he specifically found a boat workshop in Waterside City and asked them to come over and make a boat for him. Unsworn Sword was originally prepared to use it in the process of courtship, but he hadn't found the opportunity yet. Now, he was using it in battle. However, Cloud City clearly didn't have any sailors. The people from Unhindered had brought the boat over, but after entering the water, it would run aground, spin in place, and then directly sail to the shore. It wasn't easy for them to figure it out, and now they were rushing over at full speed. I think it'd be faster to bring the boat over, Jiang Jin said. Time Reflected glanced at him and ignored him. There were players of all classes who jumped into the water. At this time, those who knew how to dive were all chasing after Slender Waist Dance. Slender Waist Dance was quite skilled in the water. When she dived into the water, countless waves rolled in front of her eyes. The other side was preparing to have a water fight. This time, Slender Waist Dance didn't continue fighting. She immediately shook out another scroll, and the teleportation circle appeared and disappeared. Hua! The teleportation scroll teleported Slender Waist Dance and the water to the side of Gu Fei, startling the three into immediately dodging. Alright, give me the scroll. You can go to the side and bask in the sun, Gu Fei said. Don't be happy too early, Slender Waist Dance said. They're on guard against water. Let's see how a non-swimmer like you will deal with them. Really? But I can dive for 30 minutes. Can they? Gu Fei said. Also, if you're underwater, can you use fire spells? If you can't use dual flame flash, your damage will be greatly reduced, Yutian Shinming said. Even if I can use it, it'll be at a discount. I won't be able to double my damage in the water, Gu Fei said. Turning around and using dual flame flash required rhythm and speed. The resistance in the water was too great, and the movements couldn't meet the requirements. More importantly, if that magic bubble can be broken, what do we do? Shi Xiaotian asked. Gu Fei was startled. This problem was indeed very serious. Big Head Doll, you're a big target, Slender Waist Dance said as she went to dry herself. I think you should first set up a coordinate here. If the situation doesn't look good, then run back, Shi Xiaotian said. What's the situation over there? Gu Fei asked. Specifically, there aren't many people. On land, mages don't have enough attack range, but when they saw me, a lot of them bravely jumped down, Slender Waist Dance said. Chapter 756. Then there's no time, I have to hurry. If they predict what you're doing and set up an ambush at the teleportation location, I'll die without knowing what happened. Gu Fei was also very good at summarizing his experience. The ambush when he came online today was really hard to defend against. Shi Xiaotian looked at him and said, since the other side has people who are familiar with the game quests, they already know where you're going. Gu Fei was startled. You're right, I have to be careful. After saying this, he checked the greatsword on his back. This was something that Gu Fei randomly got when Slender Waist Dance went to set up the coordinates. It was an important item that he used to resist buoyancy. I'm going. Gu Fei didn't waste any time and shook the scroll that Slender Waist Dance brought. With a flash of white light, he disappeared. On the surface of the cloud suburb lake, the players from the 3 guilds who knew how to swim were all flopping around. Slender Waist Dance came over for a walk and left with a teleportation scroll. The 3 guild leaders thought that they had lost again, but Water Breaking Arrow confidently told them that Slender Waist Dance's actions looked like he was just scouting. If the other side wanted a quest, it wouldn't be so simple. As for why he was scouting, no one could guess. No one expected that it would be because Qianli couldn't swim because he was drunk. What do we do now? The 3 guild leaders also personally stayed on the scene to supervise the battle. If they find out that we're on guard after scouting, maybe they'll find another way. From the perspective of convenience in battle, the land is undoubtedly more suitable for him. I feel that 1,000 miles drunk might choose to forcefully break through from the shore. Water Breaking Arrow was still analyzing the situation, but before he could finish his sentence, a ball of white light suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake, followed by a plop sound. Gu Fei had teleported to the spot and fell into the water. This was a slap in the face to Water Breaking Arrow's analysis. Water Breaking Arrow's face turned red, and he didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and the few elite swimmers followed him into the water. They lifted their bows and let loose. Shoot the head. This was Water Breaking Arrow's instruction. But Gu Fei couldn't bear to use the magic bubble scroll yet. He wanted to hold his breath for a while and use the scroll when he couldn't take it anymore. That way, he could have some extra time. Several arrows flew over. Although their speed was greatly reduced in the water, their movements were also slowed down. In comparison, neither side had the advantage. However, Gu Fei was a guy who didn't know how to swim, so his movements in the water were not very agile. This was completely different from fighting on land. Moves required strength to rise from the ground. Now that he was floating in the water, he couldn't use much strength just by stepping on the water. Fortunately, Gu Fei had his greatsword on his back, so he sank fast enough to catch the players by surprise. In addition, all of them were aiming at their heads, and Gu Fei's dive allowed him to avoid all of them. It was the Breaking Water Arrow. After missing 2 arrows, it nimbly adjusted its attack angle according to Gu Fei's sinking speed. Gu Fei wasn't idle either. He held his sword horizontally in front of him and slowly swung it twice, blocking 2 arrows. Unfortunately, the 5th arrow still hit. Both his and the opponent's attack rhythm and speed had changed underwater. Gu Fei couldn't adapt to this rhythm for a while. In this round, Gu Fei had already sunk to the bottom of the water. Without the barrier, the pitch-black hole was right in front of him. Gu Fei seized the time and prepared to teleport. As soon as he opened his mouth, he swallowed a bellyful of water. I was careless. Gu Fei was ashamed that he forgot such an important thing in a moment of nervousness. So he didn't try to be thrifty. He took out the magic bubble scroll and used it while knocking his head. The bubbles instantly densely surrounded Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei tried a little, and at this time, he didn't have any breathing difficulties. He was delighted. While recording the time, he opened his mouth and used teleport. This skill didn't hinder him at all in the water. Gu Fei immediately flashed to the hole's entrance. Then he heard a bang sound. Gu Fei was so depressed that he wanted to curse. There were actually a lot of trap clamps at the hole's entrance. The sound of water behind him was loud. Gu Fei looked back and saw several bandits with knives rapidly approaching him. Their movements were extremely agile, as if they weren't the slightest bit affected by the water resistance. Breaking Water Arrow also took out a test tube at this time and gently crushed it. In an instant, a spray of oil bloomed from the test tube and then attached to Breaking Water Arrow's body. His movements immediately became as agile as those bandits, and he quickly swam towards Gu Fei. Hee hee, you have magic scrolls, we also have magic potions. Magic fish oil increases movement in the water by 100%. Basically, it's no different than on land. Breaking Water Arrow regretted that he couldn't explain to Gu Fei. At this time, he gestured to the bandits, reminding them that the main target of attack was the bubbles on Gu Fei's head. As for those archers, they didn't need to use any magic fish oil. Their movements were faster, but it didn't mean that their arrows would also be faster. Arrows wouldn't be affected by the fish oil. Several players saw that Qianli was drunk and couldn't move at the hole's entrance. In their hearts, they were secretly delighted. Not to mention that their movements were normal, but when Qianli was drunk, any movement in the water would be slowed down by 50%. This was really a heaven-sent opportunity. A group of people rushed towards Gu Fei like torpedoes. At this moment, they had the confidence to win. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they had to blow up Qianli or the big bubbles on Qianli's head. So big. Really big. How could such a big attack not hit? The players who had already rushed to the front stretched out their hands, and the bubbles were already within reach. Suddenly, several electric currents shot up from the ground. Even the lake water seemed to tremble under this powerful attack. The lightning flickered. It didn't seem that bright in the lake water, but it clearly blocked in front of this group of people. Wall of electricity, Gu Fei immediately chanted Wall of electricity. Several players knew that things were not good, but they couldn't stop. Even if they were rushing at such a fast speed on the road, it was impossible to stop in an instant, let alone now that they were in the water. The few of them struggled with all their might, but they still hit the wall of electricity one after another without any hesitation. The lightning scattered, and together with the water current, enveloped several players. Several people twitched, but couldn't even scream. Once they opened their mouths, the lake water would rush in violently. But there was still one person, Breaking Water Arrow. He didn't come from the same direction as these bandits, so he didn't rush to the wall of electricity. At this time, he swam to the flank and continued to attack Gu Fei. But Gu Fei was at the entrance of the cave, and there was a wall of electricity in front of him. The space left for Breaking Water Arrow to get close to Gu Fei was only a narrow gap. Breaking Water Arrow didn't have much space to attack. But Breaking Water Arrow's target was the bubble on Gu Fei's head, and this bubble didn't have any defense. Breaking Water Arrow raised his short crossbow, and prepared to shoot 5 consecutive shots from this gap to directly kill him. Gu Fei looked at Breaking Water Arrow and smiled. Suddenly, he bent back. Breaking Water Arrow's face was full of tears. When Gu Fei bent down, he actually hit his bubble head in the cave. In this way, the angle of the gap was not enough to shoot, and the angle of the gap was blocked by the wall of electricity. Breaking Water Arrow couldn't do anything, and could only shoot randomly into the gap. He only hoped that this arrow would drift randomly in the gap, and when it bounced off the wall, it would coincidentally break Gu Fei's bubble head. Unfortunately, Breaking Water Arrow didn't have this kind of luck. What's worse was that without his bubble head, he quickly reached his limit, and his health began to decrease. Breaking Water Arrow swam towards the surface of the water, and at the same time, he didn't give up and continued to shoot arrows into the gap. The few bandits that were sucked in by the wall of electricity also encountered this crisis after the wall of electricity disappeared. But seeing that Gu Fei was in front of them, these few brothers with the spirit of torpedoes decided to let their health drop, and quickly eliminate Gu Fei before that happened. Wall of electricity! Gu Fei yelled. The few brothers heard it clearly, and were shocked. They were just about to swim forward, but they quickly hid behind. In the end, when they retreated to take a look, Gu Fei was just bluffing, and there was no wall of electricity. With such a toss, the few people's health was drowned again. They didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly rushed towards Gu Fei. But at this time, the trap on Gu Fei's foot had already fallen off, and he quickly walked towards the cave. The cave was supposed to be very dark, but the magic bubble not only provided breathing, but also had the function of illumination. The entire bubble was like a big light bulb, emitting a faint light that illuminated the cave, and at the same time, made Gu Fei as conspicuous as a light bulb. The few brothers behind him hurriedly chased after him, and Gu Fei also tried his best to move forward, forward. Bubble, bubble. At this time, the few people estimated that they didn't have the time to kill Gu Fei. Their only goal was to pierce the bubble. They knew the function of the bubble, and naturally understood the importance of the bubble in this mission. Explode. One of them suddenly used all his strength to throw the dagger in his hand. His movement wasn't slow, but the dagger that was thrown out was the same as the arrow that was shot out. It wasn't affected by the magic fish oil, and it floated very slowly in the water. However, the target was close at hand, and there was no reason for it not to hit. Voila! The water surged, and Gu Fei, who was originally close at hand, suddenly disappeared. 6 meters away, the big light bulb continued to flash with a faint light. Teleportation. At this crucial moment, Gu Fei's teleportation's cooldown was finally over. The few of them collapsed. Their health was already red, and they didn't have the time to close the distance of 6 meters. They also didn't have the time to swim out of the water to breathe, and they would all drown in this water cave. White light, one after another white light bloomed in the water, and the few people's health dropped to 0. When Gu Fei turned around and saw this, he let out a sigh of relief. That was really close. If he really let those guys catch up, he might not be able to deal with 1 or 2, but with so many of them coming at him freely, even a deity wouldn't be able to deal with them. Everything went smoothly. I'm continuing forward. Gu Fei reported to the 3 people outside that he was safe. On the surface of the water, Broken Arrow stuck his head out, gasping for air. A disgusting-looking boat with the words, "Love," and an arrow piercing through the heart painted on it swayed over. On the boat was the owner, Unsworn Sword. He immediately saw Broken Arrow soaking in the water, and enthusiastically waved at him. "Old Broken Arrow, how's the situation?" "You came too late," Broken Arrow said. "Damn it, no one knows how to row a boat, how troublesome." Unsworn Sword found that he needed to learn how to row a boat, or else he would have to bring a boatman when he rowed on the lake with Gu Xiaoshang in the future. "How's the situation?" Unsworn Sword thought a bit more, and hurriedly returned to the main topic. "Not good." Broken Arrow frowned. "What's wrong?" Unsworn Sword was also anxious. At this time, the players who drowned in the guild channel all reported they didn't complete the quest, and Qianli escaped with a bubble in his head. Sigh. Broken Arrow fiercely slapped the surface of the water, causing countless splashes. "What do we do next?" Unsworn Sword asked as he gestured for the players to move the boat over and take Broken Arrow's boat. The players controlling the boat clearly weren't skilled. After almost being hit by the boat, Broken Arrow silently swam to the shore. "What's the situation?" Against the current and Black Index Finger both came up. On the other side, Unsworn Sword was cursing loudly. The players controlling the boat couldn't get it to the shore, and it was spinning in circles. "We couldn't stop him." Broken Arrow looked back at the water regretfully. Breathing was the most important thing to do when fighting underwater, but Qianli had an absolute advantage in this aspect. In the end, he easily escaped. "What do we do next?" "Didn't you guys say that if he completed this quest, the attacking side would be finished?" The 2 guild leaders were anxious. "That's right." "Then what do we do? Hurry up and tell us." The 2 guild leaders roared. "It seems like there's no other way." Broken Arrow bitterly smiled. Against the current and Black Index Finger were stunned. Was that it? A single person nimbly passed through the water and hid in a hole. Was this how the 800 guilds of Cloud City's siege mission was going to be declared a failure? Wasn't all of this a little too simple? The 2 guild leaders didn't want to believe this was true. Unsworn Sword's love boat finally reached the shore. He scolded the players a few more times before rushing over. Seeing against the current and Black Index Finger's ashen expressions, he knew something was wrong and quickly asked, "What happened?" "We've lost." Against the current squeezed the words out of his mouth. What? Unsworn Sword was shocked. He turned around and stared at Broken Arrow. How did this happen? Broken Arrow was silent. There's no other way. Unsworn Sword asked. There's only one way. Broken Arrow suddenly said. Fuck. If there's a way, why don't you say it already? You're wasting time. Against the current and Black Index Finger originally looked like they were going to jump into the lake, but after hearing this, they immediately jumped up. The only way is to complete this quest before Chinli gets drunk. Broken Arrow said. What does that mean? The three guild leaders didn't understand. As a two-way quest, the quest content is similar. The only difference is the result. If you complete it, it will create a situation where the attacking side has the advantage. If Thousandly Drunk completes it, then it will be a situation where the defending side wins. Water-Breaking Arrow said. Wait, why do we only have the upper hand if we complete it, but if he completes it, he wins? Against the Current asked. That's because two of your camps have already fallen. Water-Breaking Arrow said. The three froze. Could it be that after this quest is completed, our other 5 camps will be taken at the same time, leading to our defeat? Is that what you mean? That's right. Broken Arrow nodded. What kind of quest is this? Also, Chinli has already reached the last step. How can we complete it before him? The three asked. We can directly skip to the last step of the quest. Water-Breaking Arrow said. That works? The three were shocked. Of course. Isn't that too casual? You can directly go to the last step and easily complete it. This. Do you want to listen to my explanation or do you want to grab the quest? Water-Breaking Arrow interrupted. Let's put aside the explanation for a while. Right now, there's a very important question. With the current situation of the Siege of Cloud City, the guild that completes this quest will take the lead in the siege points ranking. So, who will complete it? The three guild leaders heard this question and looked at each other. This was the result they had been pursuing in the city war. Now, the opportunity was so easily placed in front of them. Of course, they all hoped that they would complete it, but how would they get rid of the other 2 guilds? Force? Impossible. The game wasn't reality. The dead could revive. If they continued to fight, no one would have a good ending. This problem could only be solved peacefully. What I mean is, let's draw lots. Everyone will rely on their luck. How about that? The 2 who didn't draw lots, I hope you won't hold a grudge against me, and don't intentionally ruin it. Broken Arrow said. The 2 of you. What do you think? Unsworn Sword looked at the 2. Let's do it this way. Countercurrent and Black Index Finger took a deep breath and agreed. Very well. Water-Breaking Arrow nodded. He picked up a reed beside him and broke it into 3 sections, 1 long and 2 short. He showed them to the other 3. The one who drew the long one will complete the mission. Okay. The 3 nodded. Broken Arrow held the 3 reeds in his hand. The 3 guild leaders walked up and drew the reeds one by one. Ha 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 ha. Unsworn Sword laughed. The result was obvious. Countercurrent and Black Index Finger returned to their expressions of wanting to jump into the lake. They were so depressed that they wanted to die. Old Broken, hurry up and take us to the quest. Countercurrent and Black, come and help us too. Although this quest was drawn by us, reigning the 4 seas, I, Unsworn Sword, will not take all the benefits for myself. Unsworn Sword said. Countercurrent and Black Index Finger looked like they had eaten a fly, but they still nodded reluctantly. Alright, Guild Leader Unsworn, call the fastest person in your guild to go with me to the Cloud Mine. Do you have teleportation scrolls? To save time, take them out if you have them. The rest of you can go to XXX area. Broken Arrow said. The 3 major guilds had teleportation scrolls, but many of them were not in front of them. The 3 asked around and managed to get 3. Is that enough? Unsworn Sword asked. Yes. Broken Arrow nodded. Unsworn Sword also gave out one of his most trusted core members, Reflection of Years. Let's go. You guys hurry up. Broken Arrow and Reflection of Years dashed away. At this time, the 3 guild leaders of Unsworn Sword and the other 2 also led their troops towards the coordinates indicated by Water-Breaking Arrow. At this time, the cloud mine was already very lively. Search. There must be something important here. Find it for me. Search carefully. Unchung Mutsu roared in his guild channel. Butterfly Knot, preview, the city war is coming to an end. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.